It is now 9:30, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. First of all, just normal announcements. Mobile phones, please, if you could put those to silence. Thank you. We're not expecting a fire alarm today, so if we do hear one, it's the real thing, and we go out of the one of the two doors, marked fire exit, downstairs, congregate in the council's car park. Don't come in until we're told it's safe to do so. Anybody got any problem with stairs? No? Everybody all right? Good, all right, jolly good. Just to sort of take a quick recap, so we're going to be doing ecology all day today by the sound of it. If your time estimate's correct, Mr. Rhymes, seems unlikely we're actually going to finish Mr. Baxter today, probably, I would say, wouldn't you?
Madam, I would hope to finish with Mr. Baxter today, but I think
well, you
we'll
would,
just have to see how we
you're
go.
not the only one. I've also got Mr. Bell, and we've got. I'm just saying we're not going to finish the ecology evidence.
Oh, apologies, madam.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I hope you will. We probably will have to go on tomorrow morning. Now, I've just been thinking, because it's bank holiday, isn't it, weekend, so I've got to be home for my dental appointment. I think we need to stop at 1 o'clock. So, happy to start at 9.
Yes,
That'll
thank you.
give us a bit more time, won't it? Is everybody all right with that? And can we... Oh, there's no one here. But I presume that, if everybody who's listening on the live stream just takes note that we will be starting at 9 tomorrow morning and we will be finishing at 1 o'clock. And I'm hoping that will mean that we will finish Mr. Baxter. If we don't, then we've been looking at the programme, and if it takes a little bit of Wednesday morning, we still will be all right.
Thank you.
I think for what we've got to do next week, archaeology and public rights of way. All right, so just have to see how we go. And you said you were available next week, Mr. Baxter, didn't you? Next Wednesday.
I can make Wednesday, yes.
If need be.
If need be.
If need be. Well, I hope it won't be, but who knows? Right, okay. Is there anything anyone wants to raise?
No, thank you very much.
Anyone? No? Right, okay. It's over to you then, Mr. Rhymes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Good morning, Mr. Baxter.
Good morning.
I have some questions for you. They'll be in 6 overarching topics. I'll just set out the topics. The first thing I'd like to discuss with you is the approach. The second is the policy context. The third is recreational impact. The fourth is ancient woodland. The fifth is some discussion about the ecological corridors. And 6, some aspects of fragmentation. And so the first thing I'd like to start with is the approach. Now, you're aware, are you, Mr. Baxter, that this application was put in 2021, is that correct?
Pardon, I couldn't hear you then, so it was...
Oh, I'm sorry, you couldn't hear. This application was put in 2021, yes?
Yes.
And so what is before the inspector represents over 4 years of work, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the ecology is concerned, the ecological baseline assessments, those surveys, which aren't, the adequacy isn't disputed, a full suite of surveys. Many of those were actually carried out in 2017, correct?
A number of them. We can look at the surveys carried out in the ES, if that's helpful.
No. It's just so we have a sense of timing. As I've said, that the surveys are adequate and that there's a full suite of surveys is agreed. I'm not taking the point about that.
Yes.
And those assessments, they were also updated in July 2024, where there were walkover surveys done. And again, Mr. Baxter, I emphasise, there's no dispute between us about their adequacy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as a result, a full environmental impact assessment was undertaken. And again, there's no dispute between us about the adequacy of that assessment, correct?
Correct.
And those surveys have informed, amongst other things, a 107-page ecological mitigation strategy. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
And in that ecological mitigation strategy, there are sections about maintaining habitat connectivity, maintaining recreational activity, managing recreational connectivity and ongoing monitoring. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
And in the appendices, we have an ecology strategy plan, we have a lighting strategy, we have a zoning plan, correct?
Correct.
And so the ecological effort before the inspector and thereafter the Secretary of State, it's fair to say, is the product of a significant investment of time and cost, correct?
Correct.
And of course, this is not in vain, because in your view, the ecology mitigation is robust, it is effective, and it will work, correct?
That's correct.
And that is on the basis of the mitigation and compensation which has been set out in the application materials before the inspector and thereafter the Secretary of State, correct?
That's correct.
And so, given that you are satisfied with the mitigation and compensation strategy, in fact, I believe in your examination in chief, you described it as, and I quote, a very complete mitigation strategy. There's no reason for you to go back to the drawing board at subsequent stages, is there?
No, there's not. There will be a need to update surveys as we go forward because of the timescales which will elapse during the construction.
And so we're entitled to treat the mitigation and compensation as being reflected as what will be delivered in subsequent stages, subject, of course, to any updates that will be done subsequently. Is that correct?
That's correct. Those updates to the survey work will, of course, shape mitigation design, because what you have at the moment is an outline design, and as the individual phases come forward, the detail of that mitigation design will come forward. And indeed, for example, when licensing is involved, Natural England will demand increased levels of detail. The detail is an iterative process with much more of that required at the implementation licensing stage, for example.
Absolutely. And I'm not asking you about the detail. I'm just asking you about what the plans and the materials that are before the inspector, what they illustrate. And essentially, they illustrate, as you've accepted, a very complete mitigation strategy, which is essentially likely to come forward at subsequent stages. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of how we test the scheme, I'm not suggesting that this is what you were doing yesterday, but we can't just, you agree, look at nice artist renditions and say, this looks nice, it's very green, and so it will work. We need to dig a little bit deeper than that. Putting it in layman's terms, can we agree on that?
Indeed, there has been a detailed rationale behind the mitigation as planned.
Yes, of course, but it's the detailed, the rationale that we need to examine, and not just the nice artist rendition. I think we agree. And so you would agree that, essentially the bare outline nature of the development must not be allowed to hide in store problems which surface down the line, correct?
We're looking to we're looking to avoid that arising, yes. Yeah.
Okay. So you agree with that statement, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
That was in our opening statement. Yep.
Things down.
Yes, of course, madam, of course.
All right.
And so the question that I asked was that Thank you, madam. And of course, at any point, if you need me to slow down, then please do say. So in terms of how we examine the scheme, I want to see if we can agree on three things. The first is that you would accept that any mitigation scheme, even if the details come forward later, must be internally coherent with the wider application, correct?
Yes.
And so it's important that the ecological requirements, such as restricted uses of parts of the site, are reflected consistently in other parts of the applicant's case, even though they do not fall within your specific area of expertise, correct?
Yes, ideally, although I would highlight that the application is outlined at the present, and so are the strategies which go with those outline plans, and therefore, in the event there's not full accordance in some of that detail, that can always be updated at the individual stages at subsequent planning points.
So the strategies amongst the various aspects of the applicant's case, we can agree they need to be consistent, correct?
Yes, that is the case, but I say that the detail of that can come later into the principles, yes,
Of course.
but the details can always be updated.
And the flip side is also true, isn't it? That the ecological strategy also needs to reflect other parts of the applicant's case, correct? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And so essentially the first theme that I'd like, that is going to pervade the evidence that we cover today, is this idea of the scheme being joined up. And so that's, it's in that sense that I refer to that. That's the first. So the second that we need to consider is that in order to be effective, the mitigation must actually be deliverable. Can we agree upon that?
Yes.
And the deliverability, it includes not just the initial implementation, it also includes the long-term maintenance and monitoring, correct?
Yes.
Which of course requires funding.
Yes.
And so the second theme that pervades the evidence is this idea of the scheme being funded. And the third and final one is what we've discussed already, and that it's not enough for a scheme to look acceptable on paper, it needs to actually work in practice. Can we agree on that?
It indeed needs to work in practice, yes.
Yeah. And so even though we're not necessarily talking about the details, I fully take that on board, we can still ask whether it functions as a coherent and effective response to the identified impacts, correct?
Yes.
And so that's the third. So we've got the idea of a scheme being joined up, funded, and functional. Thank you very much. So that deals with the first topic. The next topic I'd like to consider is the policy context. And could you please take up the MPPF? Yes, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I'm still all connected. The MPPF, it's core document 16.1. That's 16.1, Mr. Baxter.
Yeah, just getting there. I have that.
If you could go, do you have it in hard copy?
No, it's a soft copy. Well, that's an old one.
I see.
I've done exactly the same.
The PDF pages and the printed pages are the same. We just go to PDF 54, please, which is the same as page 54. Do you see paragraph 187?
Yes.
It says, and I'm reading from the top, planning policies and decisions should contribute to and enhance the natural and local environment by, and then there are a number of sub-paragraphs, and then at D it says that they need to minimize impacts on and provide net gains for biodiversity, including by establishing coherent ecological networks. You see that?
Yes.
In the applicant's case is that the Southern scheme achieves this, of course. Correct?
Yes.
And then at paragraph 188, do you see there's the first line, and then it says that refers to taking a strategic approach to maintaining and enhancing networks of habitats and green infrastructure. And again, the applicant's case is that the Southern scheme achieves this, correct?
Correct.
And indeed, in accordance with this policy, this is something that the scheme should actually do.
Yes.
And can we agree that that is so, even though that this is a paragraph that specifically speaking targets plans, because of the size of the scheme? Indeed, in chief, you said it was an extremely large site.
Yeah, that would be something for planning evidence, but I noticed at paragraph 187 it does also say decisions. So,
okay, I'm just wondering because in your proof, and we don't need to take it up, you do refer in your proof to paragraph 192 of the MPPF.
Yes.
And if you go over leaf, it says to protect and enhance biodiversity and geodiversity, plans should. So even though this is a plan-making policy, it is something that you apply in your proof. I mean, we can take it. We can take it. We can take your proof up if necessary.
I think we agreed that ecological networks are a good idea.
Yeah, but it's slightly more than that, and it may be that it's not something that you're able to answer. I mean, because of the sheer size of the site, you said in chief that it's an extremely large site. Can we agree that the Southern Scheme should be delivering the kind of benefits that the Secretary of State expects to see from plans, simply because of the sheer size of the site? Are we able to agree that?
That would be a planning point for Mr. Bashforth.
Okay. Quick question about some of the points that were put to Ms. Foster yesterday. Just going back, we're just talking about coherent ecological networks, and we're agreed that none of the site is a European site, and none of the site is a SSSI, correct?
That's correct.
But this Secretary of State policy about creating these coherent ecological frameworks, I mean, it's not just about the high-hitting sites at the apex of the hierarchy. It also includes the importance of connecting what I will term, in layman's terms, more ordinary ecological assets, correct?
That's correct. Includes stepping stones, which we talked about yesterday in regard to dormice.
Yeah. And likewise, for example, if there's an ecological feature which is of value, but doesn't happen to be in the local wildlife citation for that particular area, this idea of creating and establishing these coherent ecological networks, it also applies to those habitats as well, doesn't it? Just purely in terms of the drafting of this policy. Is that fair?
Yes, so for example, ancient woodland, we would say is of value, even though it's not identified here.
That's helpful. We can now dig into how the Southern Scheme is said to achieve these policy expectations. If we take the environmental statement, I'll try to be disciplined about telling you when you can close documents. I think we're done with the MPPF, so you can put that away if you want.
Thank you.
Just take up the Have you got the environmental statement? Pardon me, madam. It's 9.1. I think we can take this fairly shortly, because I'm not. And I'd like to consider the potential effects of the scheme, the mitigation, and the compensation. And Mr. Baxter, I have very much in mind that all of these elements are separate, but I just want to identify, what is doing what in that hierarchy. So if we start with the potential effects, we have them at PDF. I presume you're working from a PDF.
Yeah, I have both. Yeah.
Okay. If we just start with the potential effects, we can start at PDF 572. Where we have identification and evaluation of key effects. You see that? Yeah.
Yes.
And over leaf, we have table 11.7, which identifies all the potential ecological effects and receptors.
Yes.
See that? And so it's clear that, we don't need to go through them individually, but, much of the ecological designations that the council has been talking about, the local wildlife site, for example, the ancient woodland, they could potentially be affected. I accept this is prior to mitigation, correct?
Correct.
And so to give but one example, if we go to 586, just, for example, under Highsted wood, do you see the italics there? At paragraph 11.1. Yeah, so that's PDF 586. And we've got paragraph 11.120. It says, to the bottom of that page, madam, it says the link road will form a barrier to the movement of wildlife to the north of the woodland and create a risk to animals from road traffic accidents. I accept this is prior to mitigation and compensation, but that is an effect as identified by the environmental statement of the link road, correct?
It does. It goes on to qualify that the woodland has limited connectivity currently, being isolated within a largely arable landscape with the science park immediately to the east.
Sorry, I don't think we're reading from the same paragraph. I'm reading from a paragraph 11.120. Do you see that there? It's at the very bottom of the page.
Oh, sorry, I was on 11.124.
Okay.
Sorry,
Let me give you the reference.
So that was Bexwood. Sorry.
And again, sorry,
I've got it.
Just to put my cards down. I'm genuinely not trying to trick you. I'm just trying to identify what is an effect, then what is going to be mitigated, and then what's going to be compensated. Because I just want to understand what is impacted by each stage. So I'm just going to take you through that. So we're on page 586.
So I've got the correct paragraph now.
I'm so sorry. Are you working from your hard copy?
I've got both, is the short answer on this case. So, yeah, I've got it.
Sorry,
11.120.
Which document are you working from a hard copy now?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's
Sure,
the
I'm
same in both, isn't it?
I'm happy to use the paragraph number. It's paragraph 11.120.
Got it.
Yeah. And I was just reading from that. It says, prior to mitigation and compensation, I accept, the link road will form a barrier to movement of wildlife to the north of the woodland and create a risk to animals from road traffic accidents. The link road will also result in increased traffic emissions, noise and light disturbance, albeit such effects will mostly be limited to the northern extent of the woodland. You see that? Yep.
I do.
Okay. That, as I said, is prior to mitigation. Now, in terms of the mitigation, we can skip ahead. I'm going to give the PDF page references for benefit of the inspector. It's PDF page 596. For you, Mr. Baxter, it will be page 592. So this is where we have the mitigation measures, you see?
I got it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then skipping ahead, we then have the residual effects following mitigation. And madam, for you, the reference will be PDF page 607. And for you, Mr. Baxter, it will be page 603.
I have it.
Yeah. And so paragraph 11.198, following relates to construction effects. We can leave that to one side. The operational effects are detailed in 11.199. You see that? And it says that mitigation is to be implemented as part of the operational development, and it will avoid or minimize effects from the loss of habitat connectivity, recreational activity, hydrological changes and urbanization effects, such as noise and lighting disturbance. And it also addresses the impact on chromus wood and foraging and commuting bats. Do you see that?
I do, which it considers to be reduced to non-significant levels.
Exactly. And the residual effects we then have identified overleaf at paragraph 11.200. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so in terms of, as I, and there is then a long list of bullet points. In terms of the council's concerns, it's fair to say, that there's concerns about ancient woodland, about habitat fragmentation, and the local wildlife site. So all would experience significant effects, even if the mitigation were effective. I accept this is prior to compensation. As I said, I'm just trying to do this in stages, but prior to compensation, it is the case. Do you agree?
I do.
Yeah. Yes, madam. So what I'm trying to do is to go through each phase. So we've been, yeah. So the question was, Mr. Baxter, you see in that list of bullet points there, which I don't propose to take you through, the three concerns of the council, which are impacts on ancient woodland, impacts on Highsted quarries, local wildlife site, and habitat fragmentation. They all remain as significant effects even after the mitigation. And Mr. Baxter said yes. And so then, just to complete that, we then have the compensation measures. And I don't need to take you through the compensation because essentially all bar ancient woodland are addressed through compensation, correct?
Well, in terms of the fragmentation or connectivity point, that is addressed by mitigation as 11.199 sets out. And so it would just be the compensation in regard to the woodland and LWS.
I see. But if we look at the, for example, the third bullet point in 11.200, we also have loss of established woodland, which will still be significant after mitigation. Do you see that in the third bullet point, correct?
I do.
And then the loss of the hedgerows and tree lines, that's also considered to be significant after mitigation as well, just to be clear. That's correct, isn't it? It
is.
Okay.
Those are habitats in themselves rather than necessarily going to connectivity, but
I see. Okay.
we may be splitting hairs.
Splitting hairs. And then, Mr. Baxter, if you've agreed that after compensation there will still be effects on the ancient woodland, that's because of the nature of ancient woodland being irreplaceable, correct?
That's correct, due to the loss.
Yeah, due to the loss. Thank you very much. And so we can agree that it is very important, if not central, to the success of the Southern scheme in ecological terms, that the mitigation and compensation is provided to a high standard.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, and of course, if it doesn't, the ecological policy aspirations in the framework will not be realised, correct?
Correct.
And it's also fair to say that a significant part of the scheme's benefits on the applicant's case is the provision of green infrastructure, correct?
Green infrastructure, was that?
Green infrastructure, yeah.
Correct.
And so it's not just looking at the ecological mitigation and compensation from a quote-unquote ecological perspective. If the compensation and the mitigation isn't provided of a sufficiently high level, that's also going to have knock-on implications for other aspects of the applicant's case. Do you accept that?
By high level, what do you mean there in terms of quality or magnitude, scale?
What I'm putting to you, Mr. Baxter, is that we shouldn't just look at this ecological mitigation like the green corridors purely in ecological terms, because on the applicant's case, there are also other benefits to them. For example, in terms of creating nice places to live, landscape benefits and things like that. And the point is, yes, if we don't have that high quality that you've said needs to be provided, then that does have knock-on implications for other aspects of the scheme. Can you accept that?
Yes, the green spaces will be multifunctional.
Yeah. That's very helpful. Thank you very much. And so presumably one of the things that we need to do is to look into how we can build in the mitigation that is proposed into the scheme through conditions, correct?
Correct.
And conditioning the compensation measures which need to be adequately maintained throughout the life cycle of the project, yes?
That's correct.
And they obviously need to be funded throughout that life cycle as well.
Correct.
Yeah. And just so that we're clear on what needs to be maintained, we can shut the environmental statement. If you could open the environmental mitigation statement. The ecological mitigation strategy, which is core document 9.2.33. If you could go to PDF 32. Do you see that? It's PDF page 32. Mr. Baxter, for you, it's page 29.
Thank you.
And so all of these things at 5.8.1 would need to be funded throughout the life cycle of the project. So we've got the new seeding and planting over a yearly 600 hectare site, correct?
Yes, I mean that would be a more capital cost, of course, at the outset rather than an ongoing management point.
Well, I mean, if we follow that, initially new seeding and planting will be subject to aftercare to ensure successful establishment of new habitat areas, including weeding, watering, regular pruning and mowing, and replacement of any felled planting trees. Presumably, that is a long-term measure that is required in order to deliver.
The aftercare is more immediate to promote the establishment of the vegetation, and thereafter you're into a routine management exercise of, for example, mowing of grassland areas at the appropriate times, pruning of scrub and so forth. So it is more routine. It will then become constant, essentially.
Yeah, and I'm happy to use your term routine management. If we go through the bullet points, I mean, we don't need to go through every single one of them, but the amenity spaces adjacent to footpaths and play areas, which you have in the second bullet, that needs to be subject to routine maintenance, correct?
Yes.
And the country park, etc., in the next bullet point will need to be subject to routine maintenance, and correct?
Yes, the habitats will require management. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and we don't need to go through each one of them because I'm sure the inspector has the point. But I mean, the fourth one as well, the hedgerow and scrub margin, etc. That also needs to be subject to routine management too. Yeah.
Yes.
And you also mentioned in your evidence in chief, these horizontal and vertical light corridors. I mean, those also need to be funded as well. Correct.
Sorry, the horizontal and vertical. Oh, lighting.
Yes, the lighting corridor. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that we need to make sure is adequately funded in order for the mitigation and compensation to be effective. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Baxter. That deals with the first two topics. Start with we can make a start on recreational pressure. Can start with the basics. I might not need to take you to the environmental statement for this, but the Southern scheme proposes up to 7,150 units, correct?
That's correct.
And it will see an increase in up to 17,160 residents, correct?
Yes.
And this increase in population will need areas to play with their children, to walk their dogs, to recreate in open nature, etc.
Yes.
Yeah. And we have, as part of the identification and evaluation of key effects in the environmental statement, and that may be a document that you have. Do you have that document open? But we can go to it. It's core document 9.1. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Yeah, we were done in that for that section. You remember I took you to the section that was entitled Identification and Evaluation of Key Effects, and that starts on PDF page 572, which for you, if you're doing hard copy, is page 568. You can actually just go to printed page 569. That's the table that I'd like to refer to. And madam, for you, that would be page 573. Do you have that, Mr. Baxter?
I do.
Yeah. And you see at table 11.7, we have the potential ecological effects and receptors. We have the receptor on the left-hand side, and then we have potential effects. And then it's subdivided into two columns. There's the demolition and construction phase and the operational phase on the right. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see the second column there. There's anthropogenic effects / disturbance. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's essentially recreational pressure with a thesaurus, isn't it? Madam, I can, if it's third from the end. It's yeah, you see third from the end, madam?
What does that mean?
Anthropogenic effects / disturbance, which I said is essentially just recreational pressure.
Oh, right.
It's the first big word of the day. There will be others, I promise.
Plain English, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I had to.
Look it up.
Well, I actually had to look anthropocentric up because
Yeah,
that was
right.
in
No
Miss
idea
Forster's
about that.
evidence,
I've heard of
and
it.
so I then guessed. But anyway.
Anyway, there we are. Third from the end, anyway.
Anyway, so anthropogenic effects, recreational pressure. I mean, just to make the single point, the simple point that every single receptor is subject to that effect. Leave aside mitigation and compensation. The European designations, there's an effect. Highsted quarries, that's an effect. Cromer's wood, that's an effect. Habitats, bats roosting, bats foraging and commuting, badger, dormouse, birds, reptiles, invertebrates. You see that every single receptor is subject to that recreational pressure, correct?
Yes, the ES is precautionary in how it goes about examining potential for impacts. But as we looked at yesterday, the distribution of these species across the site is not uniform. In fact, they are very patchy and confined to the small areas of habitat which lie outside of the arable, for example, and the intensive orchard, which is not a great deal of the site. So, with that said, that's the context.
Thank you. And so we can agree it's particularly important to ensure that recreational pressure is appropriately managed through robust measures. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the way you do this is through these zoning areas, and we have a description of them in the environmental mitigation strategy, which is at core document 9.2.33, and we might as well just keep open for the duration of this cross-examination. Do you see PDF page 30? Mr. Baxter, for you, it's page 27. Management of recreational activity.
Yes.
Here we have a description. You were taken to it in your examination in chief, but we have a description at 5.7.3 of the 3 zoning areas. We've got the dedicated amenity recreation zone. Yeah.
Yes.
Which, for reference, on the plan, which we will be going to quite a bit, that's in purple, I believe. Correct?
Yes.
We then have it is over the page, madam. We then have the informal recreation zone, that's orange.
Yes.
And then we have the minimal access zone, which is in green, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can we agree this is this is a core part of the management of recreational impacts?
We can.
Okay. I'd just like to examine some aspects of the minimal access zone. Yes, madam. I'm going to go to it. So I'd like to examine 3 examples. Sorry, I just need to make sure that my notes are in order. We have the recreational zoning plan. It's EMS 4, which is on PDF page 59. You can see Highsted Wood in the centre there, correct? Madam, this is PDF page 59. Do you have that, Mr. Baxter?
Sorry, are we looking at the plan now?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're just quite far away. I can't always see. So just let me.
Yes, I've got it. Yeah, thank you.
Right. So I mean, here we have Highsted Wood, the ancient woodland, as a minimal access zone, and that presumably is because it's, you know, we agree it's a highly valued ecological habitat, right?
Yes. And
I'm just trying to understand, you know, what is being proposed for Highsted Wood, and you referred yesterday. This was in your rebuttal proof. If we go to your rebuttal in the appendices. I'll give you the reference. I just need to tidy something up. At PDF page 36. This is the portfolio of case studies, development in proximity to ancient woodland, and you give 3 case studies.
yes.
And one of the things that's been discussed is the size of these case studies. So just to go through the figures. So we've got, I think it might be easiest just to go to the table of contents, which is on PDF 38. We've got number 1, Howe Park Wood, which is 24 hectares. We've got slightly snappily named Wickery Copse, which is 3.1 hectares, and the Linford and Stanton, which is 41 hectares. Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah. And so in terms of Highsted Wood, the closest in size is Wickery Copse, and presumably it's the kind of measures that you have in mind for Wickery Copse for Highsted Wood.
The reason we drew that to attention was because it was of the smaller of the 3 case studies. The case studies, the other 2 case studies sit in Milton Keynes City, so that obviously the context is very different. In Highsted, we're not proposing a city. We're proposing a development, so it's very different context there. But the Wickery Copse example was looked at yesterday due to its smaller size than Highsted Wood.
Yeah, Mr. Matt, it might be helpful if in your answers you start with a yes or a no, and then you qualify. And so the question to you was, did you have in mind for Highsted Wood the measures that have been put forward to manage recreational pressure in Wickery Copse?
Well, in part is the answer to that, because
okay.
For example,
why don't we go to it? No, I just want to give the page reference. Of course, madam. I'll let you finish. It just might be helpful if we go to the page reference so we can see what parts you anticipate. but I realise in trying to explain why I interrupted, I'm interrupting further. So, Mr. Baxter, perhaps we just go to PDF page 46.
In terms of the, yeah, that's fine. No, that's fine. Yeah, the reason these 3 case studies were included was obviously for rebuttal proofs. There was not a lot of time to provide them. I had used these elsewhere, and the reason these were picked up elsewhere was for the soil types they sit on, which is a clay soil type, subject to inundation, and therefore much more prone to potential ground damage as a result of that, with people therefore potentially looking to widen paths around areas of muddy ground in winter and so forth. So that's why these are included, and the 3 here particularly. So in Wickery Copse, the solution which they provide to that ground damage in winter problem is a boardwalk. Of course, at Highsted, we don't have that same context of clay soils, which we're dealing with here. We're sitting on chalk, so the ground is essentially freely draining, and we don't have muddy ground to contend with. So the use of boardwalks as a solution in Wickery Copse would not be an intended solution at Highsted.
So not the boardwalks, but
however,
if we go to the management and mitigation, which we have on PDF 48.
Yes. Yes, so in terms of other elements, then yes, they are very similar here. Just reading through those management, limiting public access to the woodland floor to reduce trampling of flora. Yes, that's to be encouraged, definitely, and I can talk about how that might be done. We won't be looking at boardwalks, as I don't think that's going to be necessary.
Yeah, so just in terms of my list, so we've got limiting public access to the woodland floor. Boardwalks, probably not. Madam, we are on page, PDF page 48, which is same as the printed pages, helpfully. And under management/mitigation,
Yeah.
key aspects include retaining standing dead wood where possible, limiting public access to the woodland floor.
I see. Okay.
So we've got that, tick. Boardwalks, no. And then, do you see underneath the picture, we've got a woodland management plan. Presumably, do you see the first bullet point there? You would be contemplating, discouraging access to the wood by placing fencing around, the wood, for example. Is that something you contemplate?
Yes, indeed. So
Yes. Okay.
Fencing of the boundary would be something which is important to direct access to the appropriate access points, for example.
Yeah. We are going to get onto the ancient woodland. I apologise for interrupting. The reason why I'm going through this is just to establish very clearly in our minds that we have this ancient woodland, and there's going to be limited public access to Highsted Wood. Is that correct?
It is. It's directed public access, so it's visitor management and access management, which is the key, and that's the key to the success of these 3 case studies.
Okay. And so we shouldn't be looking at ancient woodland as sort of open recreational space in that sense, should we? Is that fair to say?
Well, no, I would highlight, as I do in my proof evidence at 3.5.14, that woodland is not a extremely sensitive habitat type.
Sorry, Mr. Back. Just obviously over to you, but just to answer my question. The question was, we shouldn't be looking at, if the mitigation and if the mitigation measures are successful for recreational pressure. I mean, we shouldn't be looking at ancient woodland as a kind of open recreational space. Is that fair to say?
It depends on the context. So here we would be looking at minimising that access, but in general terms, as I set out in my proof at 3.5.14, ancient woodland is not an overly sensitive habitat type, such as, for example, heathland is. And so therefore, when you're dealing with Thames Basin heath SPAs, woodlands, ancient woodlands, are encouraged as sites to visit as opposed to heathland because in relative terms they're much more robust. So what we're looking at here is not a highly sensitive, delicate habitat type. We're talking a sort of medium robustness habitat type. And whilst indeed we don't want to look to overly encourage access to it, it's not to say that it is super sensitive and therefore can't take any access.
So, sorry, Mr. Baxter, going back to my question a third time, and it may be that you're not able to answer it, but I mean, we shouldn't be looking at this as sort of like open recreational area.
That is
access to the public will be limited. That's correct.
That's the intention.
Yeah.
Managed is my word.
And you accept, that needs to be applied, consistently. So when at the end we do a balancing exercise of, just pure numbers of how much open space is provided, we need to factor in the fact that there's going to be managed public access to Highsted Wood. Is that fair?
It is. So there will be, It will still be access to it. It'll be managed, and the measures which are going to be used to manage that access I can go into, which are used successfully, as I say, in these woodlands in the case studies.
Do you still have the environmental statement open in PDF form? Because I suspect that you don't have everything.
I've got the hard copy.
Yeah, I'm just going to refer you to a different chapter. Madam, if you have it, it's core document 9.1. PDF 39. 39? Yes. Well, we can start on 38, actually. We've got an indicative land budget summary. Do you see that there, Mr. Baxter?
Sorry, could I have the page reference again?
Of course, it's PDF page 38. We've got an indicative land budget summary. It was just to very briefly make the point that if we go over leaf on PDF page 39, in terms of the open space, you see fourth bullet point down, the ancient woodland. And, it's not it's where it says 6.67 hectares. I mean, we do need to factor in the fact that access to the public will be limited or managed, and we can't just look at the sort of headline numerical figure of 6.67 hectares. Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say, but the context to that is, for example, when SANGs are brought forward, which the inspector might be familiar with, they're not entirely accessible. We don't expect people to be using 100% of the SANG area. Yep. Most people use pathways, and they experience the green space from a view perspective or a context experience in that you're within the green space, which is a wider area, but you're using the path, and that goes for SANGs, yet we use an area measurement for SANG for SANG provision.
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Baxter. But I mean, we need to consider. I think we're agreed. We need to consider both together. We don't just look at the headline numerical figure. We also consider the use as well. Is that fair to say? Or?
Yes.
Okay, that deals with the first of three. The second is the local.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I do just want to know. I mean, I'm not dying in a ditch over this, but the points over the overall land budget and the way that the numbers were put together. Questions, answers, fine. I'm not objecting. Other than the fact that no one from the council's said anything about the witnesses. I mean, haven't actually said anything about this yet. It's an interesting point. I don't know where it's going, but we'll find out. But I'm just noting it because it's something that I probably would have asked questions about. I don't know whether of the ecologist, probably more likely, to be honest, of the landscape witness and the maybe anyone that the councillor put up on the topic of design and all of that stuff, so probably the landscape witness. I'm not going to object to the questions going on, so I'm just going to stop talking, but I do just want to note that because it's an interesting question and it does give rise to a whole load of other questions about the land budget that I would have wanted to ask, but the council's not provided any evidence.
Thank you very much. I mean, I wasn't really making an ecological point. It related to the overall planning balance and how different aspects are approached, and so it will be addressed in the evidence of Mr. Dygan. And so,
fair enough.
Yeah, there absolutely will be an opportunity.
Fair enough. In that case, I can ask him then. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Me as well. The second is the local wildlife site, and again, I'm just trying to consider the different elements of the scheme and how they. Yeah.
Wait, so that was minimal access zone. So we're going on to something else.
Yes, we're still as part of the same overall topic of
Recreational
pressure. Yeah,
Yes.
and I'm just trying to give 3 examples.
Yeah. So what's the second one?
The second example is the local wildlife site.
Thank you.
If you still have the environmental statement open, I'll just double check, see if this is necessary. Yeah. Do you see, I won't take you to the beginning of the section, but this is in the section on the local wildlife site in the environmental statement. We could just go to PDF page 581. Paragraph 11.98, do you have that?
I do.
Yeah, and so we have this idea of recreational pressure in the local wildlife site, and it recognises the impacts of population increase. You see that? It has the figures that I put to you just a moment ago.
Yes.
And then it's quite a long paragraph. It says, the Southern Basin Quarry A. It's over the page, but it is in the same paragraph. Do you see that? It's just the first line. Sorry.
Yes.
It says the Southern Basin Quarry A and Northern Basin Quarry C will be available for public access and form part of the open space provision. But then it says, although given their separation by the link road, are likely to be subject to lower levels of activity than the parkland areas. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then if we also go to, this is a slightly different effect, but still, recreational pressure adjacent, if I can use that term. Paragraph 11.100, it says other urbanizations and disturbance effects. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the second the first sentence recognizes that habitats located adjacent to housing areas can be subject to other urbanization effects, such as noise and light disturbance. You see that?
Yes.
And it goes on to say, however, such effects will be minimized by the link road, forming a barrier between housing areas and the local wildlife site. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so a couple of points there. First, it recognises on its face that the Southern Relief Road will have, I quote, a barrier and a separating effect. I mean, that's a fair reading of that text, isn't it?
That's what it says. I'm not sure of the actual context it's talking about there in terms of whether that be a design point, because as we looked at the landscape graphics yesterday, it's quite permeable to cross the link road if that's felt desirable, but obviously the quarries are very, very steeply sided, and so therefore access points are limited, so the access would have to be facilitated to a particular point.
Yeah, but just to be clear, I mean, part of the basis of the conclusion in the environmental statement that relates to the effect on the local wildlife site is that recreational pressure and other urbanisation and disturbance effect will be limited because you're putting the Southern Relief Road there. I mean, that is a fair reading of what is said in that context in the environmental statement. Can we agree upon that?
I agree that's what it says, but in terms of my reading of it, I think the connections are pretty good, particularly we've looked at the underpass, and I think that the barrier to access to the quarry is its steep sides more than anything else, and it's actually getting to the appropriate access point, which would be a suitable gradient down, which is only, in a particular point, really.
Just a question, is the underpass also used for people as well?
It can be, but it's obviously minimal access in terms of encouraging people into the minimal access zone, but I mean, it could be.
Enough, would it? I thought you said it was
2 to 3 metres, so it would.
2 metres. You'd have to.
Yes, I mean, it may not be the most commodious for people,
Well,
but I think the main problem, the main issue is the quarries is getting people in, but as far as it's the steep sides. If you've visited site, you'll be very aware.
Okay, but I'm not really asking about the steep sides, the chalk quarries. I'm just asking about the the reasoning in the environmental statement here. And it is, I think we've agreed, it is fair to say that one way that recreational effects will be managed or either not eventuate is because of the barrier effect of the Southern Relief Road, and that is what is stated in the environmental statement in those paragraphs. Can we agree upon that? There might be further things you want to add, but that is what the environmental statement says.
That's what it says,
Okay,
and I suspect that would be able to be shaped, whereas if you fenced the road, then of course it would be more of a barrier than if it was facilitated with crossing points, and we've looked at the distribution of the carriageways and so forth, and stepping stones, which can mean that it can be readily traversed if felt desirable.
Yeah, but the stepping stones and everything, I mean, that relates to dormice and things like that. I'm just talking about people now.
Well, equally people, if you've got a pedestrian crossing, if you put a central reservation, it makes it easier to cross than one without, and that's the same effect on the relief road.
Okay. I mean, Mr. Baxter, just put a direct point. I mean, do you disagree with what is said in the environmental statement then?
Well, I think it's a design point.
Sorry, I think if I may, I'll hand over to you. Yeah. Do you disagree with what is in the environmental statement in those paragraphs? I'd be grateful if you could answer with a yes or a no and then qualify.
I agree, that's what it says, but
Mr. Baxter, I mean, that's not a fair answer to my question. I mean, do you agree with what is said in the environmental statement in those 2 paragraphs? I'll hand over to you now and I'll stop interrupting.
I'm just finding the words again. It says Quarry A, Northern Basin, and Quarry C will be available for public access and form part of the open space provision, although given their separation by the link road are likely to be subject to lower levels of activity than the parkland areas. I don't disagree with that. That's obviously, there's a spatial separation and as is just discussed, then obviously then there's the steep sides in terms of getting the right access points.
Yeah, and sorry, Mr. Baxter, that deals with one paragraph, and just to be clear, you didn't disagree with that paragraph. That's helpful. That's banked. And in terms of paragraph 11.100, where I took you to, it refers to this other urbanisation and disturbance effects. And the second line there, it says, however, such effects will be minimised by the link road, forming a barrier between the housing areas and the local wildlife site. Well, I think that's something that you also do not disagree with. Is that fair to say?
Well, I think there's a different point. We talk about recreational pressure in 11.98, and 11.100 is urbanisation effects. So that's, for example, Miss Foster's concerns about, for example, informal garden waste and garden extensions. It talks about here, light disturbance from housing. Well, of course, there's a spatial separation presented by the link road in the ES terms here. It calls it a barrier. You're unlikely to wheel your wheelbarrow of waste across there. I think it's very unlikely. And so I would agree with that. But so that the points are quite different.
Okay, that's helpful.
Recreational pressure 1198, and this is the other urbanisation effects 11100.
Okay. Now let's try to understand the function of the local wildlife site and how it relates to the scheme as a whole. And I think this is best explored in the mitigation statement. Do you still have that open?
Yes.
It's PDF page 20.
Which document was it? I'm so sorry.
It's the environmental mitigation statement, 9.2.33.
Thank you.
PDF page 20, and for you, Mr. Baxter, that's PDF page, printed page 17. And it says, you see it, paragraph 5.2.4. Oh dear. Just wait for that. It says the Highsted quarries, as part of the habitat retention, creation, and enhancement. Yeah, in the second line of 5.2.4, it says this will be managed principally to benefit wildlife and deliver enhancements to the retained local wildlife site area.
Yes.
That's correct. Now, I'd like to take up another document, which is the ecology statement of common ground. Which is core document 34.15. Just let me know when you have that, madam. Do you have that?
This is the topic-specific statement of common ground biodiversity.
No, sorry. I wasn't clear. It's core document 34.15. It's the ecology statement of common ground between the applicants and Natural England.
Okay, so Natural England one, sorry.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely fine.
I have that as a hard copy.
Yeah, we'll be going to the appendices, madam. Sorry, I'm dealing with it in soft copy. If you could just both let me know if you're dealing, Mr. Baxter.
Sorry, I'll go to the soft copy.
Thank you very much. Core document 34.15. It's just because it's all in one place there. You there, Mr. Baxter?
It's just opening.
No problem.
I have it.
I'm just going to wait one moment, Mr. Baxter, just to make sure. Is it hard copy? Okay. Well, I'll refer to the soft copy number. So we've got on PDF page 42. Have this we have the how recreational pressure is addressed. We have this under the heading 5.2. Do you see that?
I do. This is in regard to European sites, of course.
Yes, absolutely. And then we have how, madam, I'll direct you to the next page that I intend to go to, but or find it. It's PDF. Yeah, it's 5.2, which you'll find, madam, on page 42, PDF page 42. Which addresses recreational pressure. And the next page that I'd like to go to, Mr. Baxter, is PDF page 44, which deals with mitigation of recreational pressure. Do you have that?
I do.
And so we have discussion of the strategic approach on that page, and over leaf we have the on-site mitigation. Do you see that?
I do.
And there is a series of 4 areas which are proposed to function as a SANG. The first one you see in table 5.1 is Tong Country Park, and that's obviously in the northern site. We then have the following 3. So number 2 is Highsted Country Park, number 3 is Highsted Quarries, and number 4 is Highsted Valley. Do you see that?
Yes, so they're not SANG, but their function is equivalent to SANG.
I just
SANG.
wondered. Sorry, I'm just this isn't.
I see.
In terms of what it says on table 5.1, it says open space areas considered to meet SANG criteria.
That's right.
Okay, wonderful. We'll describe them that way. And then on PDF page 46, it says that areas 1, 2, and 3 would be provided within the first 5 years of development. And obviously, as we know, area 3 is Highsted Quarries, correct?
Yes.
And then a paragraph, still on the same page, paragraph 5.2.20, it says, together these areas provide a total of 89, I'm just going to say 90 hectares, that's fine. 90 hectares of open space which will, and I quote, be specifically managed for recreational activity. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what it will do is, we see at paragraph 5.2.22, the idea is that it will, and I'm just reading from here, it will attract visitors away from designated sites. Do you see that?
Yes.
And at 5.2.23, it says it is specifically designed to be attractive to dog walkers, allowing for dogs to be let off lead and providing a range of walking routes. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so in terms of the plans, we have an illustration of what is what has SANG-like criteria. On PDF page 85, do you see that? Yeah, madam, I don't know if it is separately paginated, but the plan is HRA1. So we see that we have the local wildlife site. I accept it's just quarries A, and C, but I mean quarries A and C are going to have, I'm just going to say for shorthand, and I hope you'll forgive me, Mr. Baxter, but for shorthand, I'm going to call them a SANG.
Yes.
Yeah. And we have a dotted black line around them, which shows the 400-meter isochrone catchment area. Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm just getting the plan.
I'm sorry. Do you not have the plan?
Yeah, so I'm just bringing it up.
Yeah. Okay. We can pause. Just on PDF page 85.
Yes.
So what I asked you about was you see at 3. That's
yes.
Quarry A and Quarry C, and they are open space areas meeting SANG criteria, correct? And then I also asked, and I think this can be our second long word of the day, dotted black lines showed 400-meter isochrone catchment area from the SANG, correct?
Yes.
And just in terms of how recreational pressure is managed, I mean, there's no suggestion here that the Southern Relief Road would actually form a separation so that the local wildlife sites are less prone to recreational activity. I mean, that's a fair reflection of what is on this plan, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And do you accept, I mean, I've taken you to the ecological mitigation strategy, which at paragraph, just to refresh our minds, paragraph 5.2.4 says that the local wildlife sites will be, and I quote, managed principally to benefit wildlife and deliver enhancements to the retained local wildlife site area. But in the statement of common ground with Natural England, it says, and I've taken you to the quotes, but so the reference is readily to hand. It's paragraph 5.2.18. It says it's going to be specifically managed for recreational activity. I mean, short point. I mean, do you accept that there's a conflict between it being managed principally to benefit wildlife and it being, and I quote, specifically managed for recreational activity?
No, it depends on the habitat.
Okay.
And at the present time, what we know about the quarry is that it's in decline, and that decline is due to the fact that it is scrubbing up and becoming wooded, and that is not the designated feature. The designated feature is their open chalk grassland. What that needs is some good bit of disturbance, and the only thing which is really doing that at the moment is the rabbits, if you walk through it there. And they're fighting a bit of a losing battle against the seed rain off of the establishing scrub and woodland. So to actually bring some disturbance in there to that habitat type will do it a lot of good. In fact, a lot of the ecological management in the first instance will be to thin that scrub through. So therefore, in this particular habitat type is indeed compatible with recreational activity. It doesn't have the sensitive ground floor of ancient woodlands, for example, to contend with. And therefore, I don't see that that's a conflict in this particular instance, particularly when we then, on top of that, employ visitor access management and all the other things which we know about.
I'm just curious, Mr. Baxter. I mean, you've got an environmental statement that specifically considers recreational pressure and its impact on the local wildlife site. Can you point me to anything in the environmental statement that says that recreational pressure is actually going to be a benefit for the local wildlife site?
I may have mentioned it in the proof. This is
Okay.
this on the EMS plan, which shows the zonation, which is
Zonation.
EMS plan 4.
Yeah.
It is the informal recreational zone. So it's not a minimal access zone, it's an informal recreational zone. And that's exactly what SANG is, it's informal recreation. So in that sense, it is compatible, it provides that experience.
Mr. Baxter, I mean, the specific question that I asked you was, could you point me to anything in the environmental statement that says that recreational pressure on the local wildlife site is going to be a benefit, which is what you've suggested today? Am I to infer from that answer that the answer to my question is no?
Not without checking it on there.
In the interest of time, I can... Sure. If you want to check now, you can, or else it can be done in re-examination. But can we just perhaps park that point?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, not that you're aware of. That deals with the second of three. Fortunately, the third one we can take relatively shortly. Are you still in the ecology statement of common ground and in that plan of the SANG areas? The Natural England one.
Yes.
Now, I showed you the 4 areas which will be retained as a SANG. Sorry, we'll have SANG-like features. Can you see the 4th one on this plan? Madam, it's PDF page 85.
Topic we're going, you said we're
Madam,
moving away from the local wildlife site, are we now?
Yes, and
Where are we going now?
I'm just going to introduce the 3rd subtopic within recreational pressure. And I think it will be easiest if I just do it by reference to the plan, Madam.
Could we be told what it's called?
Yes, I just want to make sure we highlight it on the plan, but it's, yeah, Highsted Valley, we can call it, Highsted Valley.
Highsted Valley, right, okay. Thank you. Right, the plan of the SANG-like areas, yeah?
Yeah. And so do you see Highsted Valley is at number 4 on that plan?
Yes.
So presumably people are going to need to access this SANG. Indeed, it's the entire point of this SANG-like feature, correct?
Yes.
And so when they access it, presumably they're going to have to cut across that long sliver of green planting, correct?
Yes.
And that long sliver of green planting, that's the compensation woodland for the ancient woodland, correct?
That's right.
And we accept I can take you to where it says in the ecological mitigation strategy if it is necessary. But in fact, let's turn up what is said about that in the ecological mitigation strategy. This is core document 9.2.33. If we go to PDF page 22. It says, do you see it, paragraph 5.2.13 on that page?
So 5231.
5.2.13
Oh, sorry.
on PDF 22, which if you're in hard copy is page 19.
Yes.
In the second it says, this will provide a new wooded link, typically at least 50 metres in width between the off-site chromis wood and the new woodland planting along the link road. And it says that it will assist in connectivity, etc., etc. And you see that written there.
Yes.
And so part of the function of that strip that I've referred you to is to provide connectivity, correct?
Yes.
And indeed, if we go to the ecology strategy plan, which is within this document on PDF page 53, for you it's EMS 1. We have, you see that long blue arrow, which is a primary ecological corridor, correct?
Yes.
Now, you accept, do you not, that primary ecological corridor and the connectivity of that strip of planting will be bisected by the access that is required to the sang-like feature that's next to it?
Yes, but that's obviously pedestrian access for formal recreation. It's not. We're not talking about a relief road, which is proposed there.
Of course, a relief road would be much worse, wouldn't it?
Well, in terms of the continuity, what I'm saying is a footpath through a woodland is a normal thing. As Ms Foster's said, that Highsted Road, Cromer Road are not impacting the LWS connectivity. Therefore, a footpath through a woodland is certainly not going to impact wildlife connectivity. Natural England don't remove footpaths from the ancient woodland inventory, with footpaths or even large forestry tracks or haul roads from the inventory. So these are normal parts of forestry and normal parts of woodland. Open space is good for wildlife in woodland, and footpaths do, of course, create part of that open space and create the mosaic. So I don't see there's any incompatibility there.
But do you accept there will be some kind of effect on its ability to provide that connection and that primary ecological corridor? Yes or no?
No, because we're talking about a footpath link. Even if there's a vehicle link in there for maintenance purposes, that wouldn't affect it. And bear in mind as well, a lot of the wildlife we talk about is nocturnal. So it's operating at a time of day where humans are not present. Dormice, the badgers, the bats, these are all nocturnal species. All mammals are nocturnal. So again, there's a separation there in terms of their temporal usage of these areas.
Thank you very much. That deals with that topic. So that's 3 of 6. So we do seem to be making some relatively good time. Madam, I'm happy to continue, or else we can break for.
So that would be a good spot to break, would it?
It would be, yeah.
All right, well, always keen for a break, so that's fine. I'm sure Mr Baxter could do with one. So we will have a 20-minute break till quarter past 11 then. Thank you. Right, it's now 11:15, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So, Mr. Ryan, we've done 3 of your 6. Is
Yep.
that halfway through, perhaps? Think?
Unfortunately, the remaining topics, they're quite heavy. However,
Bit longer.
it is
We're making good
they're
progress. are we?
making good progress.
Good. Well, I'll take that then.
Wonderful.
Right, we're doing ancient woodland next, then, are we?
We are indeed. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank
Madam.
you.
And obviously, Madam, if anything is not helpful to you, then just say, and I can move on to something.
It's not. I'm
that-
not trying to hurry. I'm just trying to get.
No. I can.
You know. Yeah, it's
Perfect
fine.
answer.
Fine.
Thank you very much. So we will start with some policy context on ancient woodland, which is mostly agreed. Could you just take up the MPPF, please? Pardon me, madam. It's 16.1. I thought you had a hard copy. That's right. It's just to very briefly go through the context. Mr. Baxter, are you there?
Just getting the soft copy, my hard copies, also an old one. I have it.
When you're there, it will be PDF page 56. You there?
Yes.
It says, when determining planning applications, local planning authorities should apply the following principles. And at C, it says, development resulting in the loss or deterioration of irreplaceable habitats such as ancient woodland, etc., should be refused unless there are wholly exceptional reasons and a suitable compensation strategy exists. And it's fair to say you do not consider whether there are wholly exceptional reasons, because that is a test for the planning balance, correct?
That's correct. There's some discussion of it in the ancient woodland assessment to assist, and I discuss a little bit of the minimisation in my proof, but no, it's not ecology test, it's a planning test.
It is a planning test, yes. And in your evidence in chief yesterday, you referred, because there is a section in the ancient woodland assessment, and also in some parts of your proof, and in chief you said you provided commentary, and I quote, about certain aspects of the road infrastructure. And just to put the same point that was put to Ms. Forster, it's fair to say that you are in no position to understand why the road is to go where it is proposed to go, because that is outside your scope of expertise as an ecologist. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. The commentary I have drawn out is simply from the transport assessment, which I do in my proof evidence from paragraph 5.4.5 onwards.
And I'm sure the inspector has that, but just to be clear, that doesn't touch upon your field of expertise, which is ecology.
Correct.
Thank you very much. In terms of the test refers to loss or deterioration of irreplaceable habitats, both being subject to wholly exceptional reasons. And just to tease that out, and it's stating the obvious, if there's a loss of ancient woodland, there need to be wholly exceptional circumstances for that loss, correct?
Wholly exceptional reasons, that's correct.
Quite so. Wholly exceptional reasons for that loss, correct?
Correct.
And if there is deterioration of the ancient woodland, likewise, there needs to be wholly exceptional reasons, correct?
That's correct, but in this instance, there will be no deterioration.
Sorry, Mr. Baxter, I apologise for interrupting. I completely accept, you're okay, I'm not trying, I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just keeping with the policy context.
That's true.
And what you were saying before I interrupted you, apologies, is that it is, of course, the applicant's case that there are no indirect impacts after mitigation. But I think what we agree upon is that if there are indirect impacts, and again, that's not your case, I know that, but if there are indirect impacts, there need to be wholly exceptional reasons for granting planning permission, correct?
Not quite. There can be an impact, but that impact is only relevant for this test if it causes deterioration.
Correct, yes. And so it's only if you have a bullseye on every single indirect impact, so there is no deterioration, that the inspector only considers the loss of the ancient woodland. Because if there is any indirect impact which results in deterioration of the ancient woodland, that is subject to the test of wholly exceptional reasons. Correct? Noting that I accept that it's not your case, but in principle that is correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's good. That the effect has to lead to deterioration. So there may be some effects which don't lead to deterioration. So it's not just whether there's an impact; it's whether it leads to deterioration.
That's very helpful. Now, this test of wholly exceptional reasons, I mean, that phraseology of wholly exceptional, the only other assets that have that level of protection in the MPPF are certain heritage assets, which I'd just like to turn your attention to, noting that this is not your area of expertise. Although, in fairness, it's not mine either. But anyway, let's go to PDF 61. PDF 61 of the National Planning Policy Framework. You can just let me know when you are both there.
I have it.
Great. You see at paragraph 213 there.
Yes.
It says any harm to or loss of the significance of a designated heritage asset, etc., etc. And it then follows on by saying substantial harm to or loss of, and you see under A, grade 2 listed buildings, we can ignore the parks and gardens, but just say grade 2 listed buildings should be exceptional. Do you see that?
Yes.
And under B, it refers to, and again, I'm just going to short-lift this, but assets of the highest significance, notably scheduled monuments, protected rec sites, registered battlefields, grade 1 and 2 star listed buildings, etc., should be, and now I quote, wholly exceptional. Do you see that? Just in terms of what's there in the MPPF. Do you see that?
Yes.
Mr. Baxter? And so what we have in the MPPF is a tiered system for heritage assets, depending on whether, for example, they are a grade 2 listed building on the one hand, in which case it's exceptional, or grade 1 and 2 star listed buildings, in which case it should be wholly exceptional. You see that, right?
Yes.
But we don't have that kind of tiered protection for ancient woodland. If something is ancient woodland, it is subject to the wholly exceptional test. That's correct, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. And so we can agree that the quality of the ancient woodland does not strictly matter for the purposes of the wholly exceptional reasons test, does it?
It does, only in the sense that if you are looking at deterioration, you need to understand the baseline from which you are deteriorating. So in that sense, you do need to understand what the baseline is, but Natural England Standing Advice does say you shouldn't take condition into account, but that's really, I think, more perhaps relevant to loss.
Yeah, but in terms of the test that the, if I may put it this way, that the inspector respectively needs to apply, and thereafter the Secretary of State, they both need to consider whether there are wholly exceptional reasons for the loss or deterioration of the ancient woodland, and as part of that test, the quality is not relevant.
That's broadly correct.
Did that just turn off?
I'm just going to say, sorry, it was probably me. I would like, if possible, to be able to go into the interpretation of that test and what's relevant to it in planning. I appreciate the ecology witness has a view on it. That's fine, but ultimately, what it means as a policy test is not really his.
No.
But fair, you know.
You can do it in, yeah, your
I will.
planning.
I've just wanted to note it. I'll
Yeah.
come back to it. No, sorry to interrupt you.
No, okay.
Anyway, I mean, Ms. Simons is of course correct. The interpretation of policy is a question of law. I'm not trying to grill you on what the policy means, but in terms of your evidence, you're not inviting the inspector to consider as part of that test the quality of the ancient woodland, because you've just accepted that it's, broadly speaking, not relevant to that test. Is that fair to say? Wonderful. Your mic is just turned off. And likewise, just in terms of what is contained in the MPPF test, the fact that the ancient woodland does not have, for example, local wildlife status or is not a triple SI is not relevant, because you still apply the test of wholly exceptional reasons. Can we agree that?
That's correct. It is more relevant when you come to consider compensation, and the case study examples I pointed to did carry designations in those instances, whereas this does not. But in terms of the test, in terms of just the loss, no, I agree.
Okay. And just on the requirement to consider alternatives, I mean, as we've agreed, the interpretation of the planning policy framework is a matter of law. But we agree that within the MPPF, there is a mitigation hierarchy, correct? As is often referred to in layman's terms, a mitigation hierarchy, correct?
Yes.
And under that mitigation hierarchy, you should first seek to avoid harm. And
yes.
Then, if it cannot be mitigated, mitigate for it. If it cannot be mitigated, compensate for it, correct?
Correct.
And so, under that approach, surely there is a policy expectation to seek to avoid harm to ancient woodland, correct?
That's the test under NPPF paragraph 193A, which relates to general biodiversity. Ancient woodland is carved out at 193C as its own specific test. It doesn't have a location test in there, which I draw out in my proof of evidence. And that location test was deliberately, in fact, removed when the NPPF was revised. I think it was back in 2018. I can point you to that in my proof.
No, exactly. I accept that you address that in the proof. But in any event, yep.
Yes. That is at 5.4.11 of my proof.
Yeah. But in any event, this is somewhat academic debate, given that, as I understand the applicant's case, there is no alternative location for the road. But it might be that, as a matter of interpretation of the policy, there is a legal difference on what is required as part of that policy. Could I just go up, since you draw your proof up, to, it's just the page before paragraph 5.4.10. Yes, madam. Yeah, it was a small point because I thought that we had the proofs up. You refer to this idea, it's at paragraph 5.4.10, and you say the Southern Relief Road has been optimised to avoid ancient woodland where possible and minimise losses where this is not achievable. In the event a reduced loss is able to be achieved at the detailed design stage, this would be seen as a further positive. I just had some queries about the use of that language, further positive. I mean, first of all, in an EIA context, we need to take a worst case reasonable assumption. You agree?
Yes.
And just in terms of the evidence that is currently before the inspector, I know that we've not heard the transport evidence. I mean, do you have any evidence as to the likelihood of a lesser ancient woodland taking in the future to give to the inspector?
No,
Okay.
I comment. That Mr. Wild has advised me that the road has been designed so it's practically achievable, and therefore what he has got assurance of is that it is designed essentially to a worst case test, in that he would
Sure,
not
Mr. Baxter,
envisage
it kind
any.
of works like sort of. I appreciate this, but it's kind of like in criminal trial. Just interested in sort of like your evidence that you're providing to the inspector today. I mean, today you're not able to say what the likelihood is of a lesser ancient woodland take in the future. Is that fair to say? It's not a criticism of you. It's just in terms of what is in front of
Indeed,
you.
it's fair to say. But what we can say is that there's
Okay.
going to be no increase, because Mr. Wild has designed the road to be practically achievable and to a worst case. So yes, we can't comment on the positive in that
Yeah.
sense.
And then just coming to this language, just saying this would be seen as a further positive. I mean, surely the correct way of looking at it is that if you can take less of ancient woodland, that wouldn't be, I quote, a further positive. It would just be less loss of an ancient and irreplaceable habitat. It would just be less bad. Can we agree upon that?
That would be an alternative way of putting it, yes.
An alternative way. I mean, but in point
The
of fact,
impact-
it
the
wouldn't
impact
be a
would be-
positive. It would just be less bad. Can we agree upon that?
The
Or
impact
maybe
would
not?
would be reduced, in the sense that that would be a positive outcome. So yeah.
Okay. Maybe a glass half empty, glass half full kind of point. Okay, thank you very much. That deals with the.
Can I just ask, sorry,
yeah.
if I've got this as a query, I might as well ask it on that paragraph specifically that you've just gone to. And you said if relaxations from standards can be approved. I wasn't quite sure what you meant by that. Could you just explain that, please?
That would be a question for Mr. Wild. I understand it's in terms of the road design standards which are worked to.
I see. Okay. Well, it's in your proof, that's all.
Yes, I pick it up from the transport assessment.
Okay, thank you.
Next, I have some questions about the quantum of loss. And I just want to start by saying, Mr. Baxter, that the figures are agreed. I just want to make sure, as part of my overall theme of things being joined up, that we are focusing on the right quantum. It would help if I could ask if we could refer to the soft copy of the ancient woodland assessment, which you'll have core document 9.2.35.
Can we put away the framework?
Yes, we can put away the framework. I think that's... Now it's just pure ecology.
9.
As I say, Mr. Baxter, the figures are agreed, so I'm going to take this fairly shortly.
Okay.
Just want to double check. If we just go on PDF 5, PDF page 5 of the Ancient Woodland Assessment at paragraph 3.5, it refers to Bexwood. It says Bexwood is located adjacent to the proposed link road. Then the next sentence, based on a 10-metre working area from the road corridor, it is considered that the area of ancient woodland can be fully retained, albeit that there might be partial loss of the adjacent woodland area, which is identified as woodland W9. You see that?
Yes.
Now, it's agreed that woodland W9 is not ancient woodland, but as we will see from the plans, if I could just direct you to those plans on PDF 15, PDF 14. The reason that I asked you to do to take the PDF is because I'd just like you to zoom in.
Yeah, can't read it.
First, so we'll start with the legend, or the key. You see, we've got the ancient... Sorry, man, are you on PDF 14. Yeah, we've got the ancient and semi-natural woodland. That's identified with a black outline, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and so if we just zoom in to Beck's Wood, I'm going to say it looks like a Z, and you've got W6B at the top. You see that triangle?
Yes.
And then you have an L shape of Beck's Wood, which is W6A. You see that?
I do.
And next to it, you have W9, which we know, and I've expressed it. I'm not taking a point about is just not ancient woodland. But do you see the tip of W6A? It's kind of like an L, and then you have a knife blade at the end, and it's pointy at the end. Yeah, and that.
Yes.
Yeah. And that pointy edge, that is part of the ancient woodland in accordance with the diagram on this, on the ancient woodland assessment, correct?
It is the magic plan is obviously coded to an OS base. When you code it into the topographic survey, it does require some adjustment to actually match the features on the ground. And the plan you're looking at now, the ecology plan, is obviously a smaller resolution. So the thickness of the black line there is illustrative. So it's not.
Gosh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, please do finish.
So therefore, we need to just take care in terms of if we don't want to measure necessarily from this particular plan, we'd measure from a higher resolution plan.
Okay. Accepting that, but the black line on this plan, that is the ancient woodland according to the applicant's assessment, correct?
On this plan, yes.
Well, not on this plan. I mean, the applicants have chosen to demonstrate the extent of the ancient woodland by reference to this plan, and we have it indicated on this plan by means of the black line. I mean, I'm following correctly, aren't I?
That's correct. What I'm saying is you need to match it to the features on the ground, which are relevant, and you see that there.
Okay. Well, we'll just take up some other plans just so that we can kind of cross-compare and make sure that everything is joined up. If we take the green space structuring plan, which is core document 8.18, and I've been working from soft copy, so I hope this is legible. Of course, Matt. I just don't know how much we're going to be able to see. But essentially, if you zoom in to where the Highsted, to where the ancient woodland is on the green space structuring plan, you see where do you have that? It's H.AW03. I referred to it as a knife edge before, sort of like, a pointy tip to what was W6A, Beck's Wood. I mean, you can see, clearly the edge of the ancient woodland here is very different. It's almost at right angles, and it shows that the ancient woodland, as defined on the plan that I've taken you to in the ancient woodland assessment, is essentially truncated.
Yes.
Yeah, and you are aware that if the Secretary of State grants planning permission, it will be by reference to these plans, because my understanding is that the applicants have agreed that the green space structuring plan will be conditioned. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. So, presently these plans, they would allow for Beck's Wood, which is ancient woodland, to be given over to the sustainable movement corridor, correct?
I don't think the two plans are in conflict in that sense, because the ancient woodland assessment shows Beck's Wood within the sustainable movement corridor, and therefore I don't think they're in conflict. It doesn't mean that the woodland's being removed. It can be retained within the green corridor.
But this is the thing, and this is where people get a bit. When you say it can be retained, you've got
will be retained.
When you say will be retained. Can I just put it this way? If it will be retained, can we agree that needs to be reflected on this green space structuring plan, which defines the planning permission that your client is seeking?
That would be a point for Mr. Bashforth to take up, I think.
No worries. There's a growing list for Mr. Bashforth.
To be fair, I mean, it's fair. I appreciate obviously being raised with this witness, but it's been no part of any of the council's ecology evidence at all.
To be quite honest, it was something I was going to raise because actually the ES does say that there's a bit of Beck's wood that's going to be removed, I think.
Well, obviously you're entitled to raise it. The reason it's not I would have asked about it, obviously, but it's not been part of the case from the council. But obviously, anyway, we can go into it.
So I can appreciate that, madam. I hope that I caveated the point fairly in that I'm not trying to say that there will be greater loss of ancient woodland. It's just
I suppose Mr. Bell was on it anyway.
It needs to be accurately reflected in the plans. It's part of my theme one joined up.
If there is to be a bit more ancient woodland removed, then
I'm so sorry. Could you repeat that? It was revving.
It's a bit more than that. It's if there is to be. I mean, we need to know how much loss there is because obviously that affects the compensation strategy, doesn't it? And if there is to be a little bit more of ancient woodland.
Well, at
the moment it's shown as not as woodland, it's shown as sustainable movement corridor green space, isn't it?
That's true, but we've also seen I'm trying to find it now, maybe this is one for Mr. Wilde rather than Mr. Bashforth, the detailed plan that shows the specific delineation of where it's all going, zoomed in with the infrastructure proposals.
Sure, we can take that, but just to be clear, I mean, we can take up that plan. It's 7.31.6.
Just a minute.
PDF 46. Madam, do you have that? It's core document. Sorry, it's core document 7.31.6. Madam, it's PDF page 46. Sorry, Mr. Baxter and Madam, you'll just both need to turn on your.
Oh, have it. Yes, thank you.
And so, Mr. Baxter, I appreciate these are the road infrastructure plans, but in terms of Beck's wood, we have that helpfully illustrated. Indeed, there's actually a label on it. It said ancient woodland shown with a lined green hatch, and if we go to the bottom of that L shape, I mean, again, we don't have that what I've called that pointy knife edge. We have what we see on the green space plan, which is this truncated right angle edge to it. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Now, as I've said, Mr. Baxter, I'm not suggesting that this is a point for you to respond to. I'm sure we'll have the answer in due course. But the key point is that we have agreement that what has been assessed as ancient woodland to be lost needs to be reflected in the plans. Okay.
It does, and what I can do is provide assurance that the ancient woodland loss has been assessed accurately. So, for example, on the highways plan we're looking at the moment, the polygon for the ancient woodland is not quite accurate either. I have an overlay here I've drawn on by hand, which is accurate, which then does show the offset from.
Terribly sorry, Mr. Baxter. I'm just wondering, why would an overlay that you've drawn by hand be more accurate than the ancient woodland assessment that the applicants have submitted as part of their application?
It reflects the ancient woodland assessment. What I've done is drawn it onto the highways plan. So what I've done is drawn the knife edge, which you're referring to, onto the highways plan.
Okay.
For example, Bexwood on the highways plans extends south of the track. That's not accurate on the ground.
Yeah.
If you walk on the ground, you'll find that's not accurate. So the polygon here needs adjusting. The magic mapping is only to a certain resolution.
Yeah, but just to be clear, I'm not asking about magic mapping or the transport plans. It's just in terms of the green space plan. I mean, fundamentally, that knife edge isn't reflected on the green space plan, and it needs to be.
I agree. The ancient woodland is not shown in terms of the brown hatch there. It extends into the sustainable movement corridor. The intention is very much to retain the ancient woodland. The figure of loss is agreed with Miss Foster, which is simply limited to Highsted wood. So yes, indeed, in an ideal world, all plans would show it, I guess.
Okay, but this is not just an ideal world. Okay, I think, Madam, you have the point that I'm driving at.
I'm quite confused, really. I mean, so you're saying there is no, that the green space plan is incorrect and the ecological plan is incorrect.
No,
Are you?
No, madam. The ancient woodland assessment plan is correct.
Well, it's got a tip in it that goes underneath the road corridor, doesn't it?
It's a sustainable movement corridor,
No.
not the road corridor.
No, well, it's part of the road corridor because you're going to have the bus lane and stuff at the side of it, aren't you?
The bus lane sits outside of the green corridor. The sustainable movement corridor is for wildlife and people.
Yeah. But
So-
is it within the working area then?
On
think it's not.
my drawing shows it 17 metres offset from the roadside.
And there's no sort of embankment or anything that's going to worry it.
That is between that is accounting for the embankment.
Okay. Well, I think we need to have a bit more detail because certainly the green space strategy plan would indicate that there's a problem, and that's one of the plans that's going to be, if planning permission were to be granted, is that one of the plans to be approved, isn't it?
Thank you very much. So I think.
Can I take that away? I mean, the position, just so that because it's obviously it's a fair. I'm not complaining that it's been raised at all. It's the first I'd understood it was a point. The position is that where the I've just lost it. So sorry. Where the brown wash on this woodland meets the green wash of the sustainable movement corridor, the plan needs to be tweaked because the intention is, and it's obvious from the other plans that, and it's an agreed position with the council that there's no loss in respect of that woodland at all, no physical loss. It may result, I don't know, from the fact that these green space structuring plans are at the scale that they're at, and what were originally the intention was that they were not going to be part of the approved drawings. Of course, they are now, very much so. So I need to take away and we'll consider whether or not, and it may well be actually, that tweak actually needs to be made visually on the plan. But let me take some instructions on it. But that's very much the intention. Obviously, Mr. Wilde can talk also about what's suggested at that bit of the road.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And just to reiterate, it was a point about plans, not about the extent of loss. Now we can deal with impacts, and I'd like to identify the potential impacts that you can have on ancient woodland by reference to core document 20.20. This is a document. Do you have that?
I do.
Yeah. Impacts of nearby development on ancient woodland addendum of December 2012. And on PDF page 2, it has quite helpful summary in the table of contents under 4 of development types and impacts, and it lists the various indirect impacts. You see that there? Yep.
Yes.
And on PDF page, you're also dealing with it in a soft copy, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. on PDF page 7, it goes through development types and impacts you see there in table 2.
Yeah.
And just to identify the development types that we're concerned with, under 4 it says 12 development types were identified in the 2008 report as having the potential to impact on ancient woodland. And we have the 12 development types below on the left-hand column. Yep. It's PDF 7. I have it as PDF 7 of core document 20.20. I'm so sorry. My PDF reader is slightly strange. It's actually the previous page on printed page 5. We have a table 2 with the development types and their effects. In terms of the development type that we're concerned with, Mr. Baxter, number 1, we're concerned with housing. Number 2, concerned with transport, correct?
Correct.
And we're also concerned with the last one as well, cumulative development, correct?
Cumulative would be relevant.
Yeah. And over the page, we have the kinds of disturbance that can affect ancient woodland. And it says do you see there under 4.2.1, under noise, it says most of the development types detailed in Table 2 opposite will result in the generation of noise. Some of this noise will be short-lived, like construction noise, while some may be persistent. Traffic noise from a newly built road, noise from domestic dwellings, etc. So just in terms of principle, in terms of the heads of noise that we're concerned with, we are concerned with both traffic noise and domestic dwellings, correct?
Yes.
And have you considered what is said in the environmental statement about the impact of the Southern Relief Road in terms of noise around this area?
Can you remind me of that?
That's absolutely fine, of course. It's not something I would expect to have at the top of your head. If we go to core document 9.1, PDF page, this isn't the ecological part, but it's in PDF page 295. Yeah. It says at 9.96, it says based on the quantitative assessment methodology and prior to mitigation, effects up to moderate adverse are identified at facades within approximately 600 metres from the M2 or within approximately 150 metres from the proposed relief road, correct?
Correct.
And then it says, as part of the mitigation that would be considered under 9.98, the kind of mitigation that we're considering, if we go to the paragraph before, it says 9.95, all effects are considered negligible with the incorporation of appropriate facade glazing and ventilation, providing it does not compromise the facade with regards to noise reduction. And then again, in the next paragraph, it says where minor adverse effects are identified, typical glazing and ventilation options would achieve the requisite criteria without specific consideration of mitigation options. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so, although I've referred you to a paragraph which is prior to mitigation effects, the kind of mitigation that's considered is the kind of mitigation for people, namely glazing and things like that, correct?
Yes.
And so there would remain some effect approximately 150 metres from the proposed relief road.
Well, I think that would very much depend on the part of the relief road being discussed. Obviously, the southern section there is a dual carriageway, and one would anticipate a higher traffic speed compared to then merging down to a single lane.
Okay.
And so I think that's going to be relevant to consider.
Sure. I recognise this is not your area of expertise, but I mean, when you say it depends on what part of the Southern Relief Road that we're talking about, we do have the plans that go with this part of the ecology statement, and apologies to burden with yet a further document reference, perhaps we could take them up. It's core document 9.2.13.
Sorry, it's core document.
9.2.13. Do you have that?
Yes.
And again, I mean, I'm not going to be long on this, but just so that the inspector has it at PDF. Sorry, madam, do you have? Yeah, just so we have it at PDF 23, you see Appendix 9.22, the daytime noise contour, the baseline. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then if we skip forward a couple of pages on PDF 27, we have the daytime noise contour. And this isn't the baseline, this is in 2038. Yeah. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so, I mean, we can see the increase in noise with the Southern Relief Road there and Highsted Wood being next to it. You can see that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So we'd be looking at, if this is accurate, 55 or so decibels there. What we'd be normally talking about is a level of sound able to drown out the songs of singing birds, for example, which might be the case if you have a motorway or a particularly busy road. But in terms of the equivalent roads, maybe Cromer Road or Highsted Road past the LWS, that's not an effect we see at the moment. It's not an effect which we see. We do know that birds do adapt to that in any event.
Oh, sorry, just to say, what were the two roads that you mentioned? Cromer Road?
Highsted Road, the examples through the LWS which were looked at previously.
Yeah. Okay.
So there'd be equivalent roads, perhaps. The research paper you're also referring to, the Woodland Trust synopsis, also mentions, the birds do adapt positively, changing the pitch at which they sing. And so unless the noise is very elevated, like a very heavy trunk road, generally speaking, noise is not an issue for a road of this nature for adjacent wildlife.
Okay. I'm just wondering, did you factor in any of those results from the environmental statement into your proof of evidence?
We've looked at the noise in terms of the SPA effects, where we've got effects, I think, over 75 decibels, something like that, 70, 75 decibels. Don't forget, we talk about a log scale here in terms of noise. And so, therefore, they may deter. But where we're talking about noise levels at a lower level here for woodland birds and not talking about open waders, the effect, from my understanding there, of what I know about woodland bird ecology, wouldn't be significant.
Yeah, sorry, but just in terms of your what was in your proof of evidence in terms of the ancient woodland, not addressing the broader SPA points, did any of the conclusions of the environmental statement on noise factor into your conclusions on the ancient woodland points?
Yes, noise is one of the elements which we've considered. It's on the Natural England standing advice list.
Okay. The next head that we have, so we can put away everything in the environmental statement relating to noise. Thank you very much. At 4.2. Sorry, we're now going back into core document 20.20.
So what's that document?
Sorry, it's the document that you had open. It was the addendum.
Addendum.
I'm so sorry.
The Woodland Trust document.
Yeah, the Woodland Trust document,
Okay.
core document 20.20. We're essentially working through our way on the
Okay.
impacts by reference to this. So in terms of the next one that we have is light pollution, and again, this is something that is a potential effect as a result of the Southern Relief Road, correct, and the residential dwellings as well.
Yes.
And as was explored with Ms. Foster, the light strategy for the road is purely indicative and subject to detailed road design, correct?
Yes.
And I'm just trying to understand what it is being suggested that you would actually be able to do in terms of the lighting on the road. Could we just take up your proof of evidence, your appendices, please? I'd just like to go through two studies that you've put forward on lighting. Do you have your appendices in? Hopefully your appendices are, the pagination is the same. In terms of the appendix that you put in on lighting, we have the first study is at page 112, and it's the bat-friendly highway lighting first for the UK. You see that? Do you have that, madam?
I'm just getting that.
Yeah, we just got a different one. Just the page 100 and yeah. Just describing what was proposed in this, we have on page 114, we have the summaries. And so we know of successful schemes in the Netherlands. Do you see at the top there? We know of successful schemes in the Netherlands that had used red lighting to minimize the impact on wildlife and proposed this as an option to trial. So just to be clear, what's suggested here is the use of coloured LED lights, correct?
So you talk about Appendix 13?
No, the one that is in, yes, the one that is in Appendix 13, yeah.
Yes.
100, yeah, and then the page that I'm on is page 114. So the proposal that was here was coloured LEDs, and I just wanted to ask if you have checked with Mr. Weil whether this would be an appropriate solution for the Southern Relief Road.
I believe he has looked at the evidence. I do recall various conversations with him. I'm just trying to think, did this specifically come up? I think it did. I would draw your attention as part of this to my proof where I discussed this on page 62.
Yeah.
Which it is discussed in relation to the hopovers, which you can see is figure 5.7, which is the striking point on page 62. The paragraph immediately below that talks about the hopovers. And it says, as an alternative to or in addition to hopovers, the detailed design stage, consideration may be given to the spectrum of the lighting proposed. Bats are known to be little affected by red spectrum light, and the red lighting is currently being trialled in Worcestershire, and that's what the Appendix 13 extract is from, the trial being put in place in Worcestershire. So it's not necessarily required. What I'm doing here is putting in it's an alternative to the hopovers or in addition to. So what I'm saying is that the lighting solution on the previous page would be perfectly acceptable, but there's an alternative here in the event that that was felt beneficial by the authority.
I see. Okay, I see. And I just wanted to explore the second study that you provide. It's in your rebuttal appendices. You can just take that up quickly. Do you have your rebuttal appendices?
Yes.
Rebuttal Appendix 9. It's a study from, Madam, do you have it? It's the effect of street lighting on bats. Page 81. And I'll just give a couple of references in the article. So it refers to, do you see, this is on page 83. It says figure 15 shows the optimum design that was approved for the scheme. And we've there got figure 15. Do you see it there? Sorry,
Yes.
you're on the right page. Yeah, and it said that it refers essentially to this bespoke louvre, and it describes how it works. And then under the conclusions, the first paragraph we're not concerned with, it's the second one. It does say the modern design of optics and lamps used in street lighting has helped reduce the amount of light spill onto the surrounding area. However, as little as 0.06 lux can cause a disturbance to bats, so reducing light spill to level as low as this is, and I quote, a difficult task. You see that?
Yes.
And just to wrap up with the final reference that I wanted to take you to, it's on PDF, it's just over the page on PDF 84. Again, second paragraph there. The disadvantages are that the louvres are a specialist accessory and will increase the luminaire cost by up to 12%. More importantly, by blocking the light coming out of the luminaire, they reduce the efficiency of the units and therefore reduce the maximum column spacing achievable to still maintain the light levels on the road. This can be by as much as 41%, further increasing the cost of lighting of a given stretch of road. So I just wanted to check that you have factored in, or that it will be factored in, the potential cost associated with the bespoke lighting system that is being contemplated in order to reduce the impacts on the ancient woodland.
Yes, indeed. So a detailed wildlife-friendly lighting scheme will be put in place. Two things to mention. First of all, back over the page to page 83, to complete the quote which you'd taken me to, which is the second paragraph from the bottom, last line. The results of the comparison calculations between the most common methods used to reduce light pollution has shown that in most cases even 1 lux will spread at least 10 metres from the lighting column in a typical road lighting situation without some type of intervention. So that is an unmitigated or un-wildlife friendly lighting design. You've got a 10 metre spread, so hence the buffers to ancient woodland will of course ensure that doesn't happen. But what we do know is that with modern lighting, which doesn't necessarily rely on the louvres entirely, its LED lighting can be very directional, that the lighting can be effectively contoured and placed where it needs to go. The study, which is being discussed here, is from 2008. As I'm sure Mr. Wilde will tell us, lighting technology has moved on very considerably since then, and the LED modern lighting is much more directional now, and hence the cost of delivering that is reduced.
Okay. Well, we can hear about the cost subsequently. Thank you very much. Going back to the core document 20.20, this is the Woodland Trust addendum that we've been looking at. The next one on the list is trampling. We have this on printed page 7, paragraph 4.2.4. And you see the line there. Do you have that?
Yes.
Yeah, and you see the line there. It's the fourth line down. There's a sentence that starts, even at low levels, less than 35 visits to a path per year, trampling resulted in a loss of up to 30% of vegetation along a path. Higher use of paths, up to 550 visits per year, less to a loss of vegetation in excess of 75%. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it also goes on to say, and I just want to double check that I'm getting the quote from the right place, if you will excuse me. Yes. And then it then goes, yeah. And so essentially, when we are considering the indirect impacts of recreation, do you accept that we need to take into account the impacts of trampling and dissuade them?
We do. So the things to say about this section is that it's assuming that there is vegetation cover on the paths. If you visit Highsted Wood and walk through the paths there's no vegetation on the paths. We're not talking about a vegetated path, essentially, which you're walking along. That's not the case in many areas, and not the case in Highsted Woods. What we do go to, though, is what we were talking about earlier, in the sense of the susceptibility to trampling does depend on the soil type of the woodland. And those which have soil types, such as in the case studies, which are clay, subject to winter waterlogging, are much more susceptible to trampling compared to, say, Highsted wood, which is on a free draining soil type. And that's picked up here on the end of the first paragraph under 4.2.4 there, which says that through sensitive woodland environments, it should be contained to a well-maintained path network to prevent the effects of trampling spreading to large areas. And that's what you find in waterlogged soils, in that the people walk around the muddy sections. So less relevant in Highsted woods, but there are measures, should that occur, to be able to direct that and address that. And there's a range of measures I can go into if it's helpful.
Sure. And so we would expect to see, therefore, a well-maintained path network throughout Highsted wood in order to mitigate that particular effect, correct?
Well, I don't think the effect is going to arise because of the free draining nature of the soil in the first instance. But in the event it did, there are measures which can be put in place. But I say that it won't affect the vegetation because there's no vegetation on the paths already which are there.
The next impact that we need to consider is, I think, fragmentation, which you will find over the page on printed page 8. You see 4.3 is entitled fragmentation.
Yes.
And then over the page, it's quite a long section on printed page 9. The penultimate paragraph reads, "The total amount of woodland within a landscape was also found to be directly related to species number, so that even small patches of woodland may be beneficial if they are in close proximity to other woodland." I just wondering if, in general terms, whether that's a state. Yep. So it's on printed page 9. I see. I think that. Yeah. The total amount of woodland within a land. It's the penultimate paragraph. Yeah. The total amount of woodland within a landscape was also found to be directly related to species number, so even small patches of woodland may be beneficial if they are in close proximity to ancient woodland. I just wanted to check that that generally you agree with that statement.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we continue on printed page 10, do you have that?
Yes.
The final paragraph, woodland can be fragmented on a smaller scale by the development of transport corridors through them, which results in linear clearings being created. The widths of such structures may be relatively small, but various studies have shown that some species cannot adapt easily to their presence. Again, in general terms, is that something that you would agree with?
I think it depends on the species. It does go on to say that midway down that same paragraph, when it's talking about the Kurth and Melba 2009 have shown that busy motorways can restrict habitat accessibility to some forest-dwelling bat species, but this effect is dependent on the bat foraging ecology. So it then goes on to talk about Bechstein's bats, which glean insects from vegetation, in general do not cross the motorway when foraging. That is not relevant here because we don't have Bechstein's bats at the site here. It goes on to also talk about Barbastelle bats, which forage in open space, are less affected by the presence of the motorway. Well, we don't have Barbastelle bats either. Those are the two rarer, some of the rarer bat species in this country. We don't have either. It then talks again about Bechstein's bats in the the final paragraph there, or final line of the paragraph, I should say. So I would say that's not relevant here.
Okay. And just finishing off with that particular section we have on printed page 11, just above, if we go to printed page 11, paragraph 4.3.1, it's above that bold headline. Do you see the paragraph above? It says, woods are often important areas for recreation, but this can cause small-scale fragmentation as a result of the creation of pathways through the woods. I mean, again, that's something that you would agree with, and it's something that needs to be appropriately mitigated in the provision of this scheme, correct?
We don't want to necessarily have undue path creation. The extent to that which would fragment a woodland I think is something which would be questionable, given that it depends on the scale of the path. If it's a small scale path, I think that's very unlikely to take place. And so I don't think that's relevant, but we would manage that by visitor access management anyway, so it wouldn't occur.
Okay. The final part that I wanted to refer to you here is the cumulative effects, which we have on printed page 13. Do you see under 5.2?
Yes.
It says, by their very nature, it is very hard to quantify cumulative effects because the mechanisms behind them may not be clear and they may take place over long periods of time. And over the page, we have paragraph 5.2.1, which relates to roads and urban development. Do you see that? And it refers to the cumulative effects from roads and urban development. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then at the bottom of that page, it says that several authors found that a disturbance was often associated with areas that had already been disturbed. For example, an area had a road built and then houses were added at a later date. This type of cumulative disturbance pattern is common in multi-use landscapes and results in highly disturbed patches within the landscape matrix. The fragmentation effects of these patches on the ecosystem are not well understood, as each disturbance is often viewed in isolation from an existing disturbance. So just applying that to the case that we have here, I mean, we can agree it's important not to sort of, but like fragment the different effects. We need to take a step back and we need to have a look at the combined effects of both the road and the residential dwellings. Do you accept that as a matter of principle?
It is important, but what I would observe is that is potentially looking at an unmitigated circumstance where a lot of these are potentially foreign studies, particularly where they haven't necessarily taken account in the past of the wildlife effects of cumulative development. Here, where the development does indeed take account of those effects, it shouldn't add to any of those effects. But also we do know that agriculture is the primary cause of biodiversity decline in this country. And we heard yesterday when we were talking about dormice, my Appendix 9, the Channin paper, they seem to actively seek out road corridors, and it would be explained by the fact that these are semi-natural habitat types along the road corridors in an otherwise intensive agricultural environment which is unsuitable for them, and hence the linear transport corridor can provide opportunities for connective habitat which is otherwise absent in the landscape, and the sustainable movement corridor in regard to this proposal does mimic that to some degree.
So I apologise for interrupting. I was just trying to establish the sort of like the general principles that we need to be looking at. We will have time to discuss them. I just want to have a look at now moving on from that. We can close this. We can close this document. Just have a look at what the current position is on the land, and I think it's helpful to illustrate that by reference to a document we went to the other day, core document 15.16. Could you get that up, please? Don't be confused by the title. It says north, but it's actually south. Yeah.
Oof.
So, to state the obvious, sorry, just let me know when you have that.
I've got it, yes.
So, I mean, let's just go with what what we have here currently. I mean, to state the obvious, I mean, there is no road that is immediately next to Highsted Wood, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And you have made the point that it's surrounded by arable fields. We will come on to that, but I just want to go through some other points first. In terms of what is to the northeast of Highsted Wood, I mean, you can see Cromer Road above Highsted Quarry A there, correct?
Yes.
And there's no easy access to Highsted Wood from Cromer Road. Indeed, as we know, Cromer Road is actually very difficult to walk along. It was for me too, man.
And for me, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so there's no ready access from Cromer Road, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and that's the northeast. Let's look at the east. So it's not actually labelled on this plan. Well, it is, sorry, just further up. But I mean, obviously to the east you have Highsted, you have Highsted Road, which then becomes Highsted Valley, and you can see that there are two public rights of way off that. You've got ZU 38, yeah. Can you see that, ZU 38?
I'm just zooming in.
Yes, of course.
ZU 30. Sorry, where am I looking?
Yeah. Sorry, if you just zoom into where, do you see Highsted Wood on this plan?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you just, all of the questions that I'm going to ask you are relate to that, relate to that square.
Okay.
That immediately surrounds.
Well, I've got ZU 38 now, so I've
Yeah,
found it.
exactly. So you see, you've got ZU 38, you've got ZU 39, and again, I mean, if you were to access Highsted Wood from those public rights of way, you'd have to cross arable fields in private ownership, correct?
You do. You see the
Yeah.
trackways on the plan, but yes, they are not public rights of way.
Absolutely. And you also need to go up. It's essentially a hill. You would need to go up a hill in order to access Highsted Wood, correct?
Yes, not much of a hill.
I ran there yesterday. I was listening to Kate Bush, and I very much felt as though I was running up a hill. But perhaps the inspector, we can agree to disagree upon that one.
Maybe that's something to do with your musical
You
taste.
can go and see. It's great. It's just, I don't know. It's just really influenced by what's popular on TikTok. Anyway. We then have, dealing with what is on the northwest, we have Ruins Barn Road, which is still some distance to Highsted Wood, correct?
Yes.
And so, I mean, ultimately, I mean, this is going to be a matter of judgment for the inspector. But I mean, can we agree that Highsted Wood, as it currently stands, is relatively isolated, and you know the closest residential dwellings would be on Ruins Barn Road, some distance away, correct?
Yeah, you've also got Rodmansham, of course, as well.
Yeah. Okay. And then, in terms of the draw of Highsted Wood, I mean, you know, to put the point as plainly as possible, I mean, can we agree Highsted Wood is a beautiful wood?
Well, I think that's subjective, whether you like woods or not. I like woods, so I like the wood. I don't like the sweet chestnut, which is in it, because that's a non-native species. I don't like that. But otherwise, yeah, it's got a nice woodland ground flora.
And so, I mean, we can agree. I mean, there is an inherent draw to Highsted Wood for people like yourselves and indeed others who like woods, correct?
It may be that, yeah, people choose to visit it positively.
Okay. And so what we need to compare is that baseline where we've essentially accepted that it's relatively isolated and the closest residential dwellings would be on Ruins Barn Road and Rodmersham, and see what would happen when you insert a significant piece of infrastructure next to it, namely the road, and of course the residential development, correct?
So what was the question?
So essentially, when the inspector and obviously the Secretary of State thereafter is considering the impacts on the ancient woodland, they need to consider that essentially we've got a relatively isolated ancient woodland with the closest residential dwellings being some far away, and they need to consider what the impact would be of adding a road and residential development around. I mean, that's essentially the task that the decision makers need to grapple with. Can we agree?
Of course, as I've mentioned before, there is some existing use of Highsted Wood already, as evidenced by the paths.
Yeah, and so just so we can go back to if we could go back to the ecological mitigation strategy at core document 9.2.33. I don't really mind which plan we go to, but we might as well use, say, the the recreational zoning plan, PDF 59. Yeah, it's EMS 4. And And I just want to join up exactly what is proposed around here. PDF 59. Mr. Baxter, are you there? I think we can take this
Yeah, I have it.
fairly shortly, and then hopefully we can be done with ancient woodland before lunch. So, in terms of the residential development, I mean, let's go around. So we obviously have residential development to the south. You see that? Yeah.
Yes.
We have residential development to the east. You see that?
Yes.
Residential development to the west. You see that?
Yes.
And there's also residential development at the northwest. At the northeast as well.
Yes.
Yeah, and at the south there, you see it's adjoined by an active recreational route, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's the zone that we see. And then at the top there, you see there's that curve which leads directly to the ancient woodland, and it's a curved area in purple, which is also an active sort of recreational zone as well, correct?
So are you looking at the...
Yeah. So I'm referring. You've got the ancient woodland, and do you see at the top of the ancient woodland there, on the top right-hand side?
Yes.
Yeah. There's that curve which is all purple, and that is obviously the active recreational zone, correct?
It's the thin strip you're talking about.
Yes, the thin strip. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so the recreational zoning plan is at PDF 59. Yeah.
So the active zones you're saying,
Sorry, the active zones, madam.
The
they are,
orange ones.
sorry, madam. There are 3 tiers.
Yeah.
There's the minimal access zone,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is green, and
Yeah.
that's the ancient woodland.
Yeah. And
The
then
orange is informal recreation,
Yeah.
and then the third I've called active recreation zones, and that's purple.
purple.
Yeah.
And you're saying that the lines, you're talking about the lines.
Yeah, exactly. And so we essentially have
Right.
the ancient woodland flanked to the south by an area of purple, and then obviously at the top there's that curved line as well. And just so that we are connecting all of the dots, could you also take up core document 8.28? Do you have that, Mr. Baxter?
I'm just getting it, sorry.
No, but take your time. Just let me know when you are.
I have it.
You have it. Yeah, and so if we just zoom in on Highsted Village East, just so we have in mind what is proposed here, you see the black lines. They are indicative pedestrian and cycle routes, correct?
Yes.
So on 2 of 5 sides, the ancient woodland is going to be flanked by such routes, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the inspector can draw literally the line between, that curve of the active recreational zone, which would unite the 2 routes in the top right-hand corner of the ancient woodland, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just finally, so that we have a sense of when all of this is going to happen, if we could just turn to the phasing plan, which is at core document 8.9. Just let me know when you have that.
Yeah, I have that.
Yeah. So you see, again, we don't need to zoom in that far. The movement corridor, so the road is going to be delivered in years 1 to 3. You see that? Yeah.
So I'm just trying to zoom in on the key. Yes.
And then phase 1 of the development we have in turquoise. You see that?
Yes.
And obviously phase 2 as well. So, I mean, we can agree that a substantial amount of the development that is likely to affect the ancient woodland is going to come forward at the very beginning of the development.
Yes, but also I note from the same plan that we have the landscaping, which is going to go in at years 1 to 3 as well. So it will not be going in isolation. It'll be going in conjunction with the landscaping. Particularly if I could just comment on these movement corridors which you've highlighted. I think these are a very good thing. There's a premise that is well known in ecologists that people can't be in 2 places at once. And so if you're providing them alternative recreational zones, particularly those which link up and provide very attractive round walks, which are nicely landscaped, as is the modern way, then people will very much use these as attractive routes, particularly if they've got all-weather accessibility and in winter are going to be commodious. They'll find them very attractive, and therefore they'll function very well in diverting recreational pressure. And we see that from the case study photographs, which I include at Appendix 5 of my rebuttal proof. Looking at the case study photographs, there's many footpaths which are shown next to houses and roads and woodlands, and these are all excellent paths, well used by people, and by using them, of course, it means they're not using the woodland. And so these are generally a good thing in terms of diverting people to alternative spaces.
Cats. If we could turn up your rebuttal, please. Now, the inspector's heard quite a lot about this already, so I think we can do this in summary form. You address this. This is in your rebuttal proof at PDF page at page 11.
Yes.
I'm not going to take you through the detail of these figures, but I just want to draw out the principal strands of reasoning. I mean, first, you start in that paragraph with the number of cats within 50 meters of the owner's home, correct?
Correct.
You then cross-check that second with data on pet ownership, correct?
Correct.
You then have a third, and the third step is to check the percentage of house cats versus the cats that are free to roam, correct?
Correct.
You then take the average predation rates per Baker et al., the study that you cited there.
Correct.
And then fifth, you take into account, the territoriality of cats, correct?
Correct.
So just in terms of the chain of reasoning, I mean, you can accept that each of them has a margin for error, correct?
Yes, and some of that range is presented in terms of, for example, the prey item effect there.
Yes, absolutely. But the point is that at given that at each stage of that process of reasoning there is a degree of uncertainty, that kind of the uncertainty multiplies throughout each stage of the reasoning. I mean, just as a mathematical probability.
It does.
Okay.
If you could say that's why we use averages, isn't it? To try to convey what the average is, and these are good data sets. And in terms of uncertainty, there could be slightly more, or indeed slightly fewer than these numbers.
Of course. Absolutely. I mean, the point cuts both ways, but the point is that the more steps there are in that reasoning, and this is not a criticism, it's just a fact, but I mean, the more steps of reasoning that have uncertainty, the greater uncertainty you end up with at the end. If we just go to, I just want to take the first, the starting point, which is 50 meters of a cat within the owner's own home. And this we get from mapping the catscape, core document 20.25. Madam, it is mapping the catscape at core document 20.25. And yes, madam. Yes, madam. So we can put away core document 15.16. As well as the rebuttal appendices. Phasing plan can also go. Yeah. Are you there, Mr. Baxter?
I've got it, yes.
Great. So in the bold text at the very beginning, the second line, it says, it is also a pet with an, I quote, immense ecological footprint because even non-feral and food-subsidized cats can be prolific predators. Do you see that? Yeah.
They can be, yes.
Yeah. And the study that you that rely upon, this is where you get the 50-meter figure for the majority of cat activity taking place within 50 meters of an owner's home. That's correct, isn't it?
It is. It's the same study drawn attention to in Miss Foster's proof.
Absolutely. And we have the source of that. It's on PDF page 3. And it says there, do you see that there's quite a lot of text, but if you just go to the bottom of the page, just above where it says population level UD, do you see there's a block of text? Do you see that?
Sorry, I'm struggling to find where you are.
That's absolutely fine. So it's on PDF page 3.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom
I've
of
got
that
it.
page, you've
Yep.
got the population level UD. I mean, do you just see where, if you go a couple of lines above, it says the overall distance of outdoor positions from the home was 58 meters. Yeah, the overall average of outdoor positions from the home was 58 meters. And the average maximum distance was in the 352 meters. You see that?
Yes.
And then finally, at the end of the, in fact, whilst we're here, if we go on PDF 4, it was just to point out figure 3, because it's a fantastic figure of a cat in front of its catscape. Yeah, but that was the only relevance of that. It was literally just to point it out. And the cat photo of the cat even has a separate credit in the figure. It's just brilliant. And just going to the conclusions now at PDF 6.
Otherwise, this report, gosh, I mean, it'd be jolly hard to read. It's pretty intense, isn't it, the way it's written?
Yeah, it's not
very
nighttime
friendly,
reading,
is it?
No. Just in terms of the conclusion, I mean, just to go through the last line, I mean, you know, it says, do you see where we are? Our investigation ultimately represents a case study on a single population of cats, on a single local population of cats. We urge implementation of comparative studies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, ultimately, you know, there's a margin of error in the way that you've approached it, and the basis of the 50 meters is drawn from what is ultimately a single local population of cats. Can we agree upon that?
That's the study, but I utilise this as no doubt Miss Foster's content with this study. It's something she quotes in her proof of evidence, and therefore I presume it's non-contentious to utilise it as she's happy with it. On page 5, central paragraph above the Beyond Urban heading, it does confirm the figures I talk about. Cats in our study spend 79% of their time outdoors within 50 metres of their owner's home, and concentrated activity and small home ranges evidently characterise the spatial behaviour of most pet cats.
Absolutely, Mr. Bat. I mean, I wasn't for a moment suggesting that one does not find the 50-metre figure in this study. I'm just drawing attention to the limitations of the study. It's just one final article that I want to go to on this, and then we can move on to something else. It's an article that that was referred to yesterday. Core document 20.33.
Could you tell me what that is?
Yes, it is predation of wildlife by domestic cats, Felis catus in Great Britain.
That's the Woods 2003 paper, is it?
Exactly.
It's not on my core document list, but I've got a printed copy.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Is it? I think I've got an old core documents list. I've got a hard copy.
Sorry, 20.33. Yeah, just want to quickly canter through a couple of references in this. So if we turn to, for you it will be page 186. Madam, for you it will be page PDF page 13. Says, in conclusion, do you see that? In conclusion, this survey confirms that cats are major predators of wildlife in Britain, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And just so we're clear on what this study did, because the figures were reported yesterday, if we go up to PDF page 8, which for you is printed page 181, do you see it says, clearly cats will not bring home all the prey they kill. Some smaller prey will be completely eaten, while other items too large to transport large distances may be abandoned or eaten in situ. Just to make the point that this, we can agree, was a survey based on the amount of animals that the cats brought home. It did not take into account the animals that the cat may have killed and not brought home, and therefore all of the figures represent the minimum number of animals that are killed by cats. Can we agree on that?
That is, I think, what this particular study was looking at.
Thank you.
And this is the study which I referred to yesterday in terms of the opportunities to keep them in at night and keep cats wearing collars with bells, which are effective forms of mitigation, which it sets out at the last line of the conclusions there.
Well, I think we need to be careful about that, because that's the next point that I wanted to raise. If we go with that, pardon me. Sorry, pardon me just for... Isn't it the case that that study found that there was that whilst there was a difference in terms of the amount of prey, mammal prey, that was brought home based on whether the cats wore bells, it didn't have any impact on birds or herpetofauna?
That is I think that is the finding of this study. Yes, exactly.
Okay.
It was particularly effective in terms of mammalian prey.
Mammalian. Okay, that's helpful. And then it's in the conclusion on PDF page 7. I apologise for that. It's on the conclusion on PDF page 7. Madam, do you see it's the penultimate paragraph there, and do you see it's very difficult to refer to, but there's a sentence that starts, the number of mammals brought home was significantly lower if the cat wore a bell, but no similar effect was observed for birds or herpetofauna. Yeah, so I'm on page 7, which presents the analysis. If you want to search, madam, it's the sentence that starts, the number of mammals brought home was significantly lower if the cat wore a bell. The paragraph starts with full details of all factors and covariates relating to individual cats were collated for... Gosh, ma'am. I'll just double check, madam, you are in core document 20.33. I'm sorry, I did want to take this as a short point, but
Page 7, the Woods document.
the Woods document, yeah, M. Woods et al., page 7, which is on printer page 180. Madam, do you see? It's the first full paragraph of text on that page, which starts full details of all factors and covariates. Table, do you see it's kind of 2/3 down? The number of mammals brought home was significantly lower if the cat wore a bell, but no similar effect was observed for birds or herpetofauna. Well, the article does go on to discuss why that might be the case, but I think, but yeah, anyway, it was just, to point out the limitation of bells. Okay. The final point that I wanted to cover in terms of the impact is one benefit, and I think you put it as a benefit, is that the woodland margins are subject to pesticide, and the application would remove those fields from intensive agricultural use. Is that a fair statement of your position?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, standing back, obviously that needs to be balanced against the multiple harms as alleged by the council from the road development and residential development. And I accept you do not recognise or think that those harms have merit, but just in terms of the decision-making process, the benefits need to be weighed against the harms. Can we agree upon that?
I don't think the council's position is that there are multiple harms arising from the proposals. The statement of common ground we have on biodiversity sets out that the matters of likes of recreational effects can be addressed in regard to ancient woodland. We've discussed connectivity yesterday, so perhaps there's a point on that, but not on recreation.
Thank you. I mean, Mr. Max, it may be that my question was poorly phrased. I'm just trying to establish, as a matter of principle, if you're saying, regardless of this scheme, like of any scheme, if you're saying it's a benefit to remove under the scheme, these fields in agricultural use, as a matter of principle, you also need to balance that against, any harms that might be found from the scheme in general.
Of course.
Okay, wonderful. And I just want to understand where this idea of there being a buffer comes from, and we have the underlying studies, the baseline ecological information in core document 9.2.31. Do you have that?
Sorry, what core document?
9.2.31. These are the baseline ecological appraisals. Just like before we go into arable field, I mean, we agree that none of the ancient woodland is surrounded by intensively farmed orchard. That's correct?
Correct. At the present time, used to be, but not now.
Yeah. And at 4.7.2, it says the arable habitat was noted to be intensely cultivated with little vegetation present within the cultivated area, save for the crops themselves. And it says that field margins were generally present and relatively narrow. So just to be clear, I mean, there are currently field margins present around Highsted Wood, correct? We are on paragraph 4.7.2 on page, PDF page 36. Sorry, 4.7.2.
That's obviously talking about just arable in general, not the specifics of Highsted wood.
Exactly. But it does recognise that field margins are generally present on the arable fields on the site as a whole, and essentially, I suppose the inspector can go and see Highsted wood and see the extent of the field margins as they are in Highsted wood. Can we agree on that?
I don't recall there are any margins on Highsted wood, and
I mean, there is a separation between the arable fields and Highsted woods. I mean, if you go there, I mean, it's there, correct? Or do we have a disagreement on that? I accept these are ecological baseline studies for the site as a whole, but to cut a long story short, I mean, people can go and visit and see whether there are or whether there is or is not a separation between Highsted woods and the surrounding fields. Can we agree on that?
For sure, you can obviously go and look at it. I don't recall there being any assessment of that. I'm just trying to bring up my photographs from my site visit to jog my memory.
Well, I mean, ultimately, Madam, I imagine that you would go and see Highsted wood, so this is something that you can see for your. Yeah, you can go and see that for yourself. I mean. Anyway, so just parking that point there, because I don't think we're going to get any further on that. Just to confirm, although it says here that the arable habitats are intensely cultivated, we don't know how often the fields around Highsted wood are sprayed or what what pesticide they're sprayed with. Correct?
We don't have that, but we can observe that they are modern agricultural fields under intensive cultivation. There's an absence of arable weeds throughout them, so they'll be on a cycle of that. And any farmer, of course, will only apply what is needed. They won't apply more than's needed, but modern agriculture is fairly heavy on this.
And then you've cited a study for the impact of pesticides. We can take that up in your rebuttal, and again we can go through that briefly. So I'll just ask you to bring up the rebuttal, and then we have the impacts of pesticide spray drift on PDF 33. PDF 35, which is the same as page 35. We can just go straight into the, in the rebuttal. Yeah. So, do you see it says...
It might just be me, but I don't think I've got a page 35 on the rebuttal. Am I looking at the wrong document?
That's so strange. In the rebuttal appendices.
Oh, the appendices.
I apologise, probably.
Didn't hear you say that, sorry. Right, okay. Page 35.
Yep. If we see English Nature's viewpoint, do you see that?
Yes.
Says, from this study, this is the second line there, from this study, a buffer of 10 to 15 metres would appear to be needed to eliminate most of the risk of herbicide sprays affecting the woodland flora, but even a narrow strip of 2 to 5 metres could be of some use. You see that?
Yes.
Well,
and then
sorry, I'm so sorry, but is it a different page on the paper copy?
Madam, I don't think so. So it is printed
35
page...
seems to be rarity, scarcity status of a Limbarda chrysimodes. Golden samphire.
Sorry, Mr. Bax, do you have what I have at PDF?
I've got it.
35? I'm double checking, madam. You are
just
in
looking
the
at the
rebuttal appendices.
I don't know. I think it. No, I'm not. I think it's really time for a break, don't you? Hang on a minute.
Of course, we can just deal with this.
All right,
point.
let's just sorry.
And then,
right,
and then we can stop.
Right, 35. Okay. Page
rebuttal
30.
appendices, page 35. And you see English nature's viewpoint in the middle of the page. From this study, a buffer of 10 to 15 metres would appear to be needed to eliminate most of the risk of herbicide sprays affecting the woodland flora. But even a narrow strip of 2 to 5 metres could be of some use. You see that?
Yes.
And then above we have the figure 1 about the influence of wind speed on the movement of spray drift and spray deposition. And we can see in both of those graphs, at 1 metre, the amount of spray drift drastically decreases. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And so ultimately it will be a matter for the inspector to go and visit Highsted Wood, see the distance between the arable fields and Highsted Woods as it currently stands, and make a judgment as to the benefits or otherwise of removing those arable fields. Correct?
Correct. And my recollection is
Wonderful.
there are no buffers at the moment, and no margins, I should say, at the moment. And my photographs I've got don't seem to be showing any margins. So that would be.
Sorry, but not just the margin, but also the separation. Just the separation between the arable fields and.
I don't think there is. I think the arable cultivation is right up to the edge of the wood from memory. But a site visit would be a good refresher on this point of detail.
And even then, yeah, okay. Well, I think that deals with that point, Madam. If you wanted to break, now would be a good time.
Much. So we will adjourn till 2 o'clock. Thank you.
We're making good progress. I don't think it's my place to say.
Okay, it is now 2:00, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. Just before we get going, the SIL schedule. So I've got a hard copy of the original one, I think. But since then, there's been... oh, God. I don't, sorry. There's been an amendment, hasn't there? And then another version. I just wonder whether the other 50.3 is the a sort of replacement.
What it is, obviously the SIL schedules the council's document, but the what the most recent one is the council's most recent version, added to our own comments. So it's not a replacement in as much as our comments aren't really part of the SIL schedule, because it's just, but it's our commentary on what the council have advanced.
So what's the addendum then? Do we know what's that?
Okay. Well, the addendum relates to those topics that we're not in agreement on, and there's only a couple. They relate to the national landscape and NHS NHS contributions, and the addendum relates to it appends the correspondence that sits behind those disputed matters, so that you can understand in due course what's being said about them by the parties.
So is it right to say then 50.3 is, if that's the original, is it the original SIL compliance statement with your comments on it? Is that what it is?
Is 50.3 a core document number?
Yeah.
Sorry, let me just get that then. Sorry, let me just, can't get the internet.
This doesn't seem to have your comments on at all.
So I'm taking instructions from Miss Munn from Town Legal, so I thought she could just explain.
50.3, I think, is the latest version of the SIL compliance schedule that was prepared by Swale.
So is it a composite? I mean, can I just look at that without having to refer back to the 50.1?
I believe so. And then the documents that we submitted to SIL documents yesterday, which basically add a column. You see this SIL compliance statement is a table. We've added a column with the applicant's comments to this table.
Right, okay.
So,
what, to 50.3?
So we use 50.3 as a base. We extracted the table, put it into Word, and then have added a sixth column essentially saying whether these contributions are agreed or not agreed.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. So have we got... Because that's not in the core documents list, is it?
No, we weren't given we submitted them yesterday, and we haven't received a core documents reference for those
right,
yet.
I see. Well,
They haven't been accepted.
So really, when I'm looking at the SIL compliance, I only need to look at this new document you've got and maybe the addendum.
So the addendum on the new documents you've got reflect the correspondence that we as the applicants have had. I'm just trying to look. The original Swale SIL compliance statements of 50.3 appends quite a lot of additional information, for example, from Network Whale, etc. So we have basically just set out in our document where everything's agreed and then attach correspondence that shows either our position or the other side's position where those are not agreed.
Is that the only document I need then?
I mean, we would say so, but I don't want to speak for Swale.
Well, do you think we could, I would like just one document. I can't really I haven't got time to go through a million documents.
I haven't seen what might notionally become 50.4, but looking at 50.3, if 50.4 is basically 50.3 with a sixth column that sets out your position, that seems to be the place you need to look. So
Yeah, it doesn't. The new one doesn't include all of the appendices to Swales.
Doesn't include what?
It doesn't include all of them. Actually, I'm just looking at it now. I think it includes everything apart from correspondence with Network Rail, because that contribution is no longer in dispute. So I think you can just look at the new document. Yes, the table is...
Does sound in terms of the table then, that the new one, the newest one that's not yet got a CD number is composite,
Right, good.
including of our comments on the council's comments, kind
But
of.
it hasn't got the sort of correspondence from the
It doesn't sound
statutory
like it.
undertakers. And where would I find that again? Do I find that in 50.2, or is that all over the place?
There's some of that, I think quite a lot of it, yeah, I think all of it.
Or could,
Lots of it sits behind 50.3.
or could it not just be combined into one document?
Yeah, do that.
Right, so
We could add that correspondence to the most recent table and
Yeah.
create a composite pack.
Just make sure the council's happy, and then could I have that in hard copy, please?
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
I'm happy to have that on, sort of next Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah.
But I will need it pretty pronto because we're doing section 106 week after, aren't we?
On the 14th.
Yeah. Thank you. We will.
Oh, actually, perhaps we're not. Are we doing? Yeah, we
doing
are.
it on.
On the 14th of May.
Yes, it's the following. We're doing it not next week, but the following week.
Yeah. So, yeah. Sorry, Miss Bonnie, you wanted to say something? Mr. Bell, yeah.
Madam, just on the point of the 106, we don't have sight of the current draft.
Oh yeah, you emailed about that.
So,
Don't have.
sight of any current drafts of 106, or I think conditions if they've been updated. So
Right.
we're a bit hamstrung in.
Oh, you should have.
We should have. No, you emailed about that yesterday. That's absolutely no. I will circulate.
That needs to be given to you before.
Circulate
by
all of that
tomorrow.
material.
Yeah. I mean, if I could have the seal stuff by tomorrow, that would be brilliant. But I don't suppose that's a bit unreasonable.
I don't know. You are. If you don't ask, you don't get.
Right, well,
so
I'll ask
let's
then,
see.
please.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Good. Okay. So, anything else to raise before we carry on? So, how are we doing? I mean, I did ask you for lunch, but I'm going to ask you again. So, in terms of time, how are we doing?
I think we are doing well in terms of time, madam. I've also taken the opportunity to remove some references, and so I'm confident that my initial estimate of 5 to 6 hours is accurate.
Right. Not shorter than that.
Pardon me?
Nothing. Okay.
No, madam. Quite so. I mean, it was 3 hours, and then I revised it yesterday
Yes, it
to
was
5
3
to
hours.
6 hours. Yes, absolutely, madam. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Try and make it nearer 5 and 6. Can you, if you can, please? Right. Okay. Let's carry on then. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Baxter. We were discussing the ancient woodland, and we had finished up with the points on the direct and indirect effects. Just going on to the buffer now. If you can take up core document 20.13. At PDF page 8. Do you have that?
Sorry, just bringing it up. Helpful to just have the titles of when the core
Of
documents
course,
requested.
yes.
It's 8 national and standing advice. Okay.
Yeah, it's the standing advice, and you see at PDF page 8 there's the use of buffer zones section at the top there.
Yes.
Buffer zones can protect ancient woodland and individual ancient and veteran trees and provide valuable habitat for woodland wildlife, such as feeding bats and birds. And then it says the size and type of buffer zone should vary depending on, and you have a list of 2 bullet points. Do you see that?
Yes.
And one of the things it varies upon is the scale and type of development and its effect on the ancient woodland, correct? You see
Sorry,
that?
I'm just trying to find the reference.
Ah, okay.
It's page.
It's PDF page 8.
Oh, yeah.
And it says the size and type of the buffer zone should vary depending on the scale and type of development. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's because a buffer is not in and of itself effective in protecting the ancient woodland. It needs to be of an adequate size and type in order to do so, correct?
It is. It depends on the effects. It's buffering, exactly.
Exactly. There's a list of examples here where it says, for example, larger buffer zones are more likely to be needed if the surrounding area is, and the second one is close to residential areas, correct?
Yes.
And so can we agree that as a matter of principle, we are generally in the area where a larger buffer zone would be required, correct?
Well, it I think also needs to take into account the other characteristics of what is going on around there, so that if there's alternative mitigation which is being brought forward, there may not be a need for larger buffer zones over and above what is recommended here. That the standing advice relates to development, and Natural England's advice is for a 50-metre buffer zone. On the following paragraph, buffer zone recommendations. Proposal should have a buffer zone of at least 15 metres.
Yes, it says that. Yeah, and I think we've established by now. I mean, the minimum guidance is the 15 meters. But if you read it in the context of what comes before, under the use of buffer zones, if you take your 15 meters as the starting point, it says, for example, larger buffer zones are more likely to be needed if the surrounding area is under the second bullet point close to residential areas. I mean, can we agree, as a matter of principle, it would be close to a residential area, and so you would generally be expecting to see more than 15 meters for a buffer? Can we agree that?
Not necessarily. It would depend on the alternatives which are being presented. It says, if the area is less densely wooded, for example, steeply sloped, in this case there's a very large amount of green space provision, for example, which would provide alternatives. So it is not the only green space available here. It's not going to have the direct pressure. If there was just a large development next to it and nothing else, then I would agree. Then a large buffer would be preferable. But if given that the suite of mitigation which is brought forward here, then that offsets the need for a larger buffer around the woodland.
I mean, when you say it offsets the need, let's follow that up. There are a number of indirect impacts, and I accept what you say about the large green space, and that could relate, for example, to recreational pressure, and it might reduce that. But in terms of the other impacts of, for example, the Southern Relief Road, the fact that you're providing alternative green space in the area, I mead that doesn't address the noise from the Southern Relief Road, does it?
No, we've already addressed...
It also doesn't address the light from the Southern Relief Road, for example, correct?
We've dealt with noise and light. The noise is not significant. The lighting will be controlled by a wildlife-friendly scheme. Roads don't lead to the residential effects, which the buffers are in place to guard against, and those effects are the urbanisation effects, which we talked about. For example, extensions of back gardens into woodlands, non-native species from dumping of garden wastes, and so forth. So that is avoided by the presence of a buffer. And then we talk about how good design also then avoids that. And that's what we have here.
I see. Mr. Batt, and that helpfully leads on to the next point. So you say that the 15-metre buffer, that's just for the residential areas, correct?
It's the primary requirement is for residential areas, that's right.
I see. And just to be perfectly clear, there is no 15-metre buffer from the Southern Relief Road as part of the applicant's proposal. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, there is...
That might be a yes or no answer.
we can look at the highways plans to establish what the buffer is, but the point is, if you want to increase the buffer there, you need to... If I could finish my answer, if we want to increase the buffer, you'd need to chop more ancient woodland down, which we know is undesirable. So we're talking about buffers where there's retained ancient woodland as the primary requirement for buffers.
So just taking it step by step, Mr. Baxter, I'm obviously not going to quiz you on the detail of the transport plans, but we do have it in the environmental statement, and I just want to make it clear that there is no 15-metre buffer proposed from the Southern Relief Road. Are we able to agree upon that? And if not, we can go to the environmental statement to make good that point, if we need to.
No, there is a sustainable movement corridor between the exact distance of it and size of it. I'd need to refresh my memory of, but the driver is not to increase the buffer there, because the way to do that would be by removing more ancient woodland, which of course we're striving to avoid.
Okay. Perhaps just so that we have the point, could you just pick up the environmental statement PDF page? Sorry, the environmental statement, it's core document 9.1. Page 603, PDF page. And do you have that, Mr. Baxter?
I have it.
Yeah, just at the very bottom, paragraph 11.189. Do you see under the first bullet?
Yes.
It says, under the proposed development, a buffer of at least 15 metres is to be provided between the built development areas and ancient woodlands, with the exception of where these lie adjacent to the link road. You see that?
Indeed.
Yeah. So, again, and I appreciate this is what you've said before already, but I mean, there isn't going to be that 15-metre buffer from the link road, right?
No, because I said the way of achieving that would be to remove more ancient woodland.
Yeah, and in terms of the impacts, I mean, part of the residential impacts that led to the that lead to the 15-metre buffer, I mean, some of those residential impacts are because of noise and light, correct?
They can be,
yeah,
but they're avoided by the buffer. So, for example,
yeah, exactly. But for the Southern Relief Road, we also have noise and light from the Southern Relief Road. But we don't have a 15-metre buffer from the Southern Relief Road. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, but the distinguishing point from residential to the Relief Road is that it is harder to control residential lighting in some respects, is that householders could put up security lighting, for example, whereas that's not the case on the Relief Road. You can control the lighting there quite carefully by a lighting design.
Do you know what buffer is going to be given from the Southern Relief Road, or is it just no buffer is presented from the Southern Relief Road at all? Is that something you can help the inspector with?
There is. I think we can look to the green infrastructure plans. There is a continuation of the sustainable movement corridor in there, which takes in the margin of the woodland. There's obviously some working area required for the construction of the road. 10 metres for that has been allowed, so it would be of that order.
I see.
On the green space plan, is that, hang on a minute, would that be the, the sustainable movement corridor green space you're talking about?
Indeed, that's what's shown on the green infrastructure plans, and that will be what continues along the roadside post
10 metres then?
post-construction. Yeah, I think that's what it's of that order, because that's the construction's distance. So I think that is of that order. But as I say, that the 15 metres is designed to address residential effects primarily, not those necessarily of highways.
But presumably, I mean, if we go back to the guidance, you know, when it refers to, this is core document 20.13, the ancient woodland document.
Sorry, core documents.
20.13.
The ancient woodland assessment.
20.13 is the Natural England
The advice
guidance.
note, standing advice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have just at PDF 8?
Page.
PDF 8.
Okay.
Mr. Baxter, it refers to the size and type of buffer zone should vary depending on the scale and type of development. I mean, when it says type of development, there's nothing in this guidance that says that buffer zones are limited to residential development, correct?
No, indeed, it gives the example if we carry on down further to the following section, buffer zone recommendations, end of the first paragraph. The proposal is likely to need a larger buffer zone, for example, the effect of air pollution from development that results in a significant increase in traffic. So if we've got particular issues with that, there would be an example there.
Okay. That's very helpful. Thank you very much. Now we can turn to compensation. I think we can agree it's not possible to actually compensate for the loss of ancient woodland because by definition it's an irreplaceable resource, correct?
It's not possible to mitigate, but you can compensate. The compensation obviously is not going to be the same.
Interesting. I don't want to get into a semantic debate, but I've seen this term. The reason I put it to you that way is because often the compensation planting, quote unquote, it's not actually said to compensate for the loss. It's said to offset the loss. Is that essentially what it's driving at?
Essentially, but the NPPF terms it a suitable compensation strategy.
Okay.
So using that terminology.
Okay. So there are three measures. The first is the maintenance of the existing woodland. And I mean, this is a very obvious point, but in point of fact, the maintenance of the existing woodland could be achieved without the scheme and accordingly without the loss of the ancient woodland, correct?
Well, it depends what we mean by maintenance. What we're talking about is imparting favourable conservation management into the woodland. At the moment, as far as I'm aware, there's no favourable conservation management there. It is the woodland is more commercially managed at the moment, or not at all.
And would you say it's necessary for the scheme to come forward in order for that favourable conservation role to be achieved?
We do see that an awful lot because most of the woodlands we deal with are neglected, and as a result there's no management and there's no driver to impart that management because there's not much demand for forest products.
Okay. That was the first. The second is the compensation planting, and I'll just briefly take you to your rebuttal appendices. We can start with that. Oh, sorry. Let me double check. Apologies, Mr. Baxter. Do keep your rebuttal appendices open. It is the appendices to your proof of evidence that I wanted to take you to.
Okay.
If we go to PDF page 79, this is in a document, Planning for Ancient Woodland, the Planner's Manual for Ancient Woodland and Veteran Trees.
Yes.
The second paragraph on the left-hand column, says, consequently, where it is deemed that there is going to be unavoidable residual damage or loss to ancient woodland, the measures taken to compensate for this must be of a scale and quality commensurate with the loss of irreplaceable habitat, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Yeah, and so we've got to focus not only on the simple point, we've got to not only focus on the scale, but also its quality as well.
Well, yes, obviously we discussed that point yesterday, and the nature of new planting is always going to be of a lower quality compared to a 400-year-old ancient woodland. That's by definition, but that can be improved by translocation of the lost ancient woodland. So we discussed that yesterday.
Great. And the compensation strategy, can we agree it should also include monitoring of the ecology of the site over an agreed period as well?
Yes.
In terms of translocation, it's addressed here as well, habitat and soil translocation, and you see that paragraph, we're still in the left-hand column. It says, however, the first paragraph there under habitat and soil translocation, the last line says, however, translocation should be viewed only as a measure of last resort. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the second bullet says, should not be viewed as a benefit and will not make a proposed development on ancient woodland more palatable. Do you agree?
Yes, it's part of the compensation for the lost ancient woodland.
Yeah. And again, it's just over the page, above the picture there, we've got a paragraph that starts where translocation is considered.
Yes.
Yeah, a monitoring period of at least 50 years will be required. Presumably you have no objection to that.
The woodland here will be managed in any event. A warden will be employed as part of the green infrastructure plan, and the management will be informed by monitoring, which goes on. So yes.
And we love planning here. Do you also have an alternative plan to ensure the stated benefits will be achieved if the translocation fails?
So that's essentially what the modern parlance for that will be: adaptive management. So we adapt the management which is going on to react to the developing habitats.
Okay. And the final point that I wanted to make in relation to ancient woodland, and let's see if we can agree this and save going through further studies. Can we agree the following three things about translocation? First, it's not mitigation.
Correct.
Second, it may be beneficial.
Correct, and the evidence shows that it should be if undertaken with care and using suitable methodologies, which I talk about at paragraph 2.2.5 of my rebuttal proof.
Okay, I phrased it carefully. So may be beneficial, and so perhaps the extent of disagreement relates to this. There is no long-term evidence supporting the efficacy of translocation. Is that something that you agree?
The long-term monitoring studies don't appear to be there in terms of the translocations. They are shorter term, but it would follow that if the woodland has a good start, then it will continue to develop. Okay,
but I think it's fair to say no party can point to any long-term study demonstrating the efficacy of translocation in the long term. Is that a fair statement, or do we need to go through?
I think that would be a fair statement, but obviously what it does, it speeds up the woodland. You'd expect after 400 years the other woodlands maybe have caught up somewhat, but I think it's the benefit is a shorter term head start for achieving higher quality in a shorter time scale.
In the shorter time scale. Okay, well I think on that basis I don't need to take you through the studies if we're content to agree that. Thank you. Okay, now we can go to the penultimate topic, which will relate to the just certain aspects of the ecological connectivity. Might have a quick clean-up. Why don't we shut core document 20.13 or anything relating to the ancient woodland. And we can take up Actually, let's see if we need to take it up. Let's start with the green bridge. Can we agree that the function of the green bridge is to maintain habitat connectivity?
And faunal connectivity.
That was going to be the follow-up question. Yeah, so both habitat and faunal. But it also has other functions as well, which I think we can take up core document 8.25 for. Core document 8.25 is the framework plan, access and strategic. And it's quite big, so it's taking a while to load. So the green bridge... Oh. Yeah. Are you there?
I have that, yes.
Yeah. And the green bridge we have in the middle of that plan, it's that sort of waffle shape at the beginning, in the middle there, where I suppose it's probably a technical term for that, like a four-arm junction or something, but do you see it?
I see it in the middle, yes.
Yeah, great. So you can see, I mean, part of the function of the green, of the infrastructure that constitutes the green bridge is that it will form one of the main points of access to the existing Kent Science Park, correct?
Yes.
Main point of access to Highsted East, Highsted Village East.
Yes.
And Highsted Village West.
Yes.
Okay. And we have a slightly more user-friendly picture. You can shut 8.25 in the environmental mitigation strategy, core document 9.22.33. 9.2.33. If we go to PDF page 87, and do you see in the middle there, just let me know when you're there, Mr. Baxter.
I have that, yes.
Yeah, you see in the middle there, we've got a cross section that says AA, and then we have the typical section through the land bridge at the bottom right of that page.
Yes.
And you see we've got a footpath as well, so it'll be used by pedestrians.
Yes.
Yeah. It's got a cycle path, so it'll be used by cyclists.
Yes.
There's a carriageway, it will be used by vehicles.
Yes.
And do you see the proposed width of that green part we've got at 17.7
Yes.
meters? Yeah. And I'm aware this doesn't fall within the scope of your evidence, but are you aware there's also a landscape element to the green bridge as well?
Naturally would be, yes.
Naturally, okay. So in terms of what the green bridge is doing, we've got habitat connectivity, faunal connectivity, pedestrian connectivity, cyclist connectivity, cars, the main access for Kent Science Park, Highsted Village East and Highsted Village West. Fair to say there's quite a lot going on with this green bridge. Can we agree that?
It's multifunctional, but that's no different to a ground-based arrangement. It just happens to be on a bridge. I note the carriageway, cycleway and footpath are separated from the habitat provision. So then there's more space given over to habitat provision than there is to highways or pedestrian cyclists. Mm.
But the point being is that when in your evidence in chief you describe the green bridge as a good idea, I mean, we've got to make sure that it works, correct?
That's right.
And we've got to make sure that it works for all of the elements that it needs to deliver, correct?
That's right. And I would...
Accepting that some of them don't fall within your scope of the evidence, correct?
Great. And I would add that this is not unusual in that green bridges are often combined with other uses, particularly roads and footways and cycleways.
Okay. Let's have a look at the operation and design of the bridge, and this is kind of under a bit of a functional heading, just trying to understand how it works and what it actually connects. So if we start with the, we're still on the same page, so we've obviously got the Southern Relief Road in the middle, yeah? And we've got the green element of the green bridge to the south of that, what I'll call that overbridge, yeah?
Yes.
And then to the right, do you see, once you've crossed over the bridge, we're now on the right-hand side of that diagram, and it leads to essentially 3 roads. You've got one at 11 o'clock, one at 5 o'clock, and one at 7 o'clock. Yeah?
Yes.
So in terms of the journey that an animal would actually have to take to cross the bridge, going from the east of the site to the west, I mean, first you need to get to Broad Oak Road, which is the road at 5 o'clock, right?
Yes. So
And that's a
I don't have the
primary
road names on here, but
sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
I don't have the road names on here.
I do apologise. So just to assist, so there are 3 roads you see there. There's one at 11 o'clock, there's one at 5 o'clock, and there's one at 7 o'clock. The one at 5 o'clock is Broad Oak Road. So if an animal wanted to cross that bridge, it first has to get across Broad Oak Road, which is at 5 o'clock. I mean, that is correct, isn't it?
That's correct, yeah. And
yeah.
I
and it then needs to cross Broad Oak Road, and it will then be on that central reservation between the 5 o'clock road and the 7 o'clock road, yeah?
Yes.
And it will then need to cross the 7 o'clock road, yeah?
Yes, that's correct.
And just to be clear, we don't need to go back to the access plan, but both the 5 o'clock road and the 7 o'clock road, they are both primary development access roads. Are you aware of that?
They are. In terms of the 7 o'clock road, of course, the fauna could decide to go north along the continuous corridor under.
Yeah, but then it's not using the green bridge.
If it's already used the green bridge, it can then decide to go north under the green bridge and follow the sustainable movement corridor north on the west side of the SRR.
Sure, Mr. Max, sorry, please just stay with me. I'm just going with the green bridge because, you know, trying to explore the connectivity of the green bridge.
But it might not need to cross both those roads, might it? Because if it comes from the south, the 5 o'clock road, it might be to the south of that already, might
Yeah,
it?
absolutely. Of course, it might be.
Have to go on one across one road.
But in terms of, you know, the connectivity of the site from the east to the west, which the green bridge is trying to achieve,
Well, it might have to cross 2 roads or 1 road to get across. To the green
yeah.
bridge, mightn't it?
Or none, as you say, Madam Inspector, as it comes from the green space to the south, over the green bridge, tucks back under the green bridge and carries on north. So it's essentially just crossed the SRR. It would carry on north in that direction. So that is one option. But yes, I do. Other options are to cross the slip roads coming off of the green bridge, which I then discuss my proof of evidence, paragraph 5.69a, and I can take through that. The first thing to observe is that those slip roads are slower moving roads. They're 30-mile-an-hour roads, and therefore wildlife is more able to cross easily in those scenarios. Whilst I also make the point at my proof 569A here that, as discussed yesterday, vegetation can be brought closer to the margins of the road to enable and facilitate the ground-based crossings of species such as dormice. And we know that they cross very well in these locations. The principles of hopovers for bats, lighting controls can all be used in these locations. Okay. And we don't see that as out of place here, because I notice that's arrangements already really happening in the is it the 5 o'clock road where we've got a pedestrian footpath? Is it coming across there? Some crossing structure shown there looks like it.
Sure. And now once it's in the central reservation to the left of the 7 o'clock road, it then needs to get onto the green bridge, which will require it to go over the earthworks that are part of either side of the Southern Relief Road, correct?
They will be vegetated, though.
Vegetate, yeah. And it will then actually need to cross the green bridge itself. of course,
Indeed.
and it will get to the other side, and then it gets to that central reservation, and that's actually part of the Southern Relief Road itself. It's a transition zone from 50 miles an hour to 30 miles an hour, correct?
Yes, I'm not sure where you are now. You by the pond or?
Yeah, by the pond, essentially.
Yep.
Yeah, and it will then need to cross that that slip road, won't it?
Yes, as I've just discussed, there can be measures to further facilitate the crossing because it's a lower traffic speed there anyway.
Yeah, and just to make the point that in terms of the primary ecological corridors, I think we have them on PDF page 53. Do you have that there?
Just getting to it. Yes.
I mean, if you're going from sort of, east to the west of the site, I mean, we have the ecological corridor. But I mean, suppose if you were to take that, do you see where Cromer's Wood is?
Yes.
You've got a primary ecological corridor that sort of gets you halfway towards that four-arm junction. Yeah.
So you're coming from Cromer's Wood, are you? Sorry, to...
Yeah, Cromer's Wood.
Yep.
And you see there's that there's a primary corridor that gets you sort of halfway towards the Green Bridge. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it gets all the way.
Doesn't it stop and then become a secondary ecological corridor?
I believe it's still a primary corridor, but it's a slightly narrower one.
Silly question, but what's the difference between a primary corridor? Oh, sorry, a primary corridor, but a slightly narrow one. Yep, I see that. Okay. So even then, I mean, the primary corridor, it sort of takes you to that, to part of the Green Bridge, but it's actually on the wrong side of that bridge. It's not on the green part of the Green Bridge. That ecological, primary ecological corridor from Cromer's Wood, that doesn't actually take you to the relevant part of the Green Bridge, does it?
It would take you to be able to access the Green Bridge.
Yeah, but you're on the wrong side. If you're you're not on the green part of that bridge, are you? If you're following that corridor.
Just get the Green Bridge plan back up.
Well, the green bridge, the green part of it's on the southern side, isn't it?
Well, I think it depends. I think it's not very clear. Let me just get the Green Bridge plan back up.
Sure. It's on page, I think, 79. Sorry, it's not on page 79. It is on page 87.
You're coming into the junction there, I believe, which is
exactly
unnamed, and so it's then a matter of traversing across, as we've just discussed.
But when you say traversing across, I mean, if you're in essentially that okay. Madam, I think I've provided the references. In the interest of time, I would invite you to have a look at, the trajectory that an animal would actually have to take in order to cross the Green Bridge. But
Yep.
but the point is, I think we can agree that the Green Bridge doesn't provide any direct connectivity between the eastern side of the site and the western side of the site, because you still need to cross the link arms in order to access the Green Bridge. Can we agree that?
I agree. I think the key takeaway from this, though, is depends what species you're dealing with. If you're a bat, you're much more mobile and you're going to fly longer distances
Yes, of course,
in one
because a
night. And you may well traverse this Green Bridge within a night, and you can do that pretty easily through the arrangement here. If you're a dormouse, you're not traversing long distances. Maybe you're a dispersing individual and you're going to use stepping stones, and you're going to maybe stop on your journey in between. And you might take a number of generations to move across here. You're not doing it on a nightly basis because your territories are small if you're a dormouse. So this is for a dispersal issue, and therefore these small fragments in between the road here may well be the entirety of a dormouse territory, as we've seen from the Channin study, which we looked at yesterday, appendix 9 of my proof, I believe.
Yep,
So that's how it would work, differently for different species. Birds and bats may well do it every night, and they can easily do that. It's more of a stepping stone feature for dormouse.
But I mean, to state the obvious, I mean, the birds and the bats, they don't really need they don't need a land green bridge at all because they can fly.
It's
Why don't we have a look at some
added
of the
benefit for them?
some of the literature on the green bridges. If you could take up core document 20.19, please. This is the literature review that we went to yesterday. It is, if you need the title, it's literally called Green Bridges, a literature review. Start with what this report is about on PDF page 6. Just let me know when you're there.
Yes, I have that.
You see the 3 bullets as A, B, and C, sort of halfway down. What part of what this study tries to address is how effective green bridges are in addressing landscape access and ecological severance caused by road and rail network. Yep.
Yes.
And you went to objective 1 yesterday, which is on PDF page 7.
Yes.
And it said, I think the part that you quoted was, for a green bridge to be truly effective at minimising the barrier effect of transport infrastructure, it must be used sufficiently by species to preserve population size and viability. And presumably the green bridge that we're talking about here will seek to achieve that effect, correct?
That's correct, but I didn't go to that passage. I went to
you did not. I apologise.
The first line under Objective 1 is, it has been found that green bridges do provide effective mitigation in addressing ecological fragmentation, which was the passage I went. And I also went to the passage just above that, which is the last line, when planning a green bridge, this should not be done in isolation, but should form part of a wider mitigation strategy, particularly of relevance for long linear schemes. A green bridge may be used in combination with underpasses, tunnels, ledges to increase the overall permeability of the landscape. And of course, that's what the proposal does.
Hang on a minute, just to say. So I do apologise if I took you to the wrong part of this study, which you didn't go to in your chief. The inspector will have a note of what you went through in chief. But just to be clear, you're saying that the green bridge, as part of Objective 1, which you referred to, the green bridge that we are talking about here will be truly effective at minimising the barrier effect of transport infrastructure because it will be used sufficiently by species to preserve population size and viability. I put that to you and you agreed with that, and that's correct, right?
Yes, but that seems to be suggesting that in isolation. We're not looking at this just in isolation. This is not the only measure of permeability which we're looking at on the SRL.
Yeah. Just to briefly go through some of the conclusions that are and some of the analysis that is in this study, I'd like to take you to 4 parts of this, and at the end, I think it might be easier if I just hand over to you to comment at the end. If we start, do you have a soft copy?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we can start on page PDF page 28. Where there is, I'll let you get to it.
Yeah.
Where we've got bridge design, and it goes through the European guidelines on bridge design. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So it starts with the European guidelines, madam. Do you have that there? PDF 28. Yeah. And the first reference that I can take you to is paragraph 3.53.
Yeah.
And you see third line down there, this is summarising the European guidelines in the COST European Handbook. It's referred to in the paragraph before, but it's essentially summarising that. Do you see on the third line at the very end, it says, for wildlife bridges, a width between 40 to 50 metres is recommended, with a generalisation given that larger mammals require a wider bridge than small vertebrates, but to create the specific habitats that small vertebrates require, a wider structure may still be required. Yeah, do you see that?
Yes.
And then at the end of that paragraph, it says a width below 20 metres is not recommended, as although evidence shows that species will still use these bridges, the frequency of the use is reduced. Do you see that? Yeah.
Yes. But
Yeah, and that's the first reference. I'll just
I'll just also highlight in there, it does talk about the fact that, there's a generalisation given the larger mammals require a wider bridge. But of course, this is a European set of guidelines. We don't have wolves and bears in this country, which we're concerned in getting across these structures. And so, there's a context just to be read with these guidelines.
Of course. And I will take you to the conclusion so that you can provide that. Just in the interest of time, what I'll do is I'll just go through the references that I need to take you to. So that was the first reference. The second reference we have is just over the page. And it's at paragraph 3.59. And it refers to guidelines for designing mixed-use crossings. And then we've got 6 lines down. Do you see there's a line that starts, the width of the bridge should take the minimum width of the natural zone based on literature, 40 to 60 metres, with the additional width of the recreational zone. Do you see that?
So which paragraph are we on?
Yeah, that's 3.59.
Okay.
It refers to, we're sort of halfway down that, the width of the bridge should take the minimum width of the natural zone based on literature, 40 to 60 metres. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that, and observe that no British green bridge has achieved that, in my knowledge so far.
Okay. Second reference. The third reference deals with international surveys, which we have on page 30. And that's where the international surveys start. And then, do you see at the bottom of that page, 3.4, summary of details contained within the hot sheets? This is PDF page 30. We're actually going to a table, and the table is at the very bottom. That's why I didn't give a paragraph reference. But table 3.4, summary of details contained within the hot sheets. Do you see that, Mr. Baxter?
I do. This is taken from the Wildlife Crossing Structure Handbook Design Evaluation in North America.
Yeah, absolutely. So these are international studies, as I've said.
Yeah.
And we go over the page on PDF page 31, and there it summarises what is recommended for wildlife bridges. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in the middle column, it says that the minimum width is 40 to 50 metres and that the recommended width is 50 to 70 metres. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that is the third reference. And the fourth and final reference that I'd like to take you to is a summary of the findings of this report, drawing all the literature together. And this starts on PDF page 40. Do you see that? We've got
yes.
that in section 4. And then over the page, on page 41, it has recommendations on width and length.
Yes.
And at paragraph 4.10, it says, and this is the second line, it says, bridges which aim to achieve connections for species at population level should be around 50 metres. Bridges below 20 metres in width are not recommended, as the frequency of use has been found to be lower. Can we agree that the Green Bridge, as is currently proposed, isn't going to be anywhere near that 50-metre width?
That's right. And I would just take you back to where you were a moment ago, table 3.5. And beneath that is a footnote 7. And it says it's noted that the guidance differs from the European guidance on mixed-use bridges, which states that mixed-use bridges should take the width required for wildlife passage, for example, 40 metres, but target species dependent, and then add on the width for the human use. So in this case, of course, we are of a reduced width. We've got 17, is it 0.7 from memory, width of green bridges, so below the 40 metres, but we are target species dependent here, which is essentially a small mammal of dormouse with a particular target there, and also facilitating bat and bird movement particularly. So for its a scale, the scale of the bridge proposed is going to function for those species. I wholly agree, the bigger the better. But of course, back in the real world, we can't have a green bridge which is 200 metres long and wide. We have to have something which is in accordance with actually something achievable here with the scale of the scheme. And will it function for wildlife here, for what we're trying to do? Yes, it will. It will be used.
It also has some comments about the mixed use, because you did go back to the guidance on mixed use, and that we've got at paragraph 4.19 of that document, which is on PDF page 42. 4.19, it says, in general, the literature, under the heading mixed use, it says, in general, the literature focuses on bridges with a wildlife function, and as such, guidance recommends avoiding mixed use structure where wildlife use is the primary objective. Is it fair to say that the wildlife use is not actually the primary objective of this green bridge then?
Yeah, I would think, it's the green bridge is there to serve a junction function, and there's an additional benefit which has been identified here, which can be rolled into the bridge, which is that of a green bridge function. And the key thing I think I'd like to highlight is that green bridges are a real rarity in this country. There's so few of them. I think there's just one in Kent. So to actually...
There's one on the A3 now.
Oh, is it?
It hasn't actually been completed.
Okay.
Obviously.
Okay.
Just so you know.
So yeah.
I do know about that one.
Wholly agree. They're a good thing, and we'd like to see more of them. But they're not very common at the moment, and so the ability to the fact that the scheme has taken the opportunity to design in a green bridge here, I think, is something to be celebrated rather than criticised.
But Mr. Baxter, can we agree it's only to be celebrated if it actually works in ecological terms?
Well, obviously that's the purpose of it, and so you design it so that it will work. Absolutely.
So the metric against which we judge the green bridge is whether it's successful in ecological terms, not whether it's novel, not whether it's a good idea or anything. Fundamentally, what we're talking about in this ecology session is its effectiveness in ecology terms, right?
It is indeed, and that has been designed with that in mind.
Okay. Final points on this study. It also refers to, it's on PDF page 43, about costs being a key factor. Do you see that paragraph 4.27?
Yes.
And the last two lines, the last two sentences says, it is important to note here that the design is not altered to the extent that the bridge no longer achieves its original project aims. Do you see that?
Yes.
And presumably that's a sentiment with which you would agree.
Yes.
And it also has two headings there: the importance of monitoring the effectiveness of the bridge, which presumably you wouldn't object to.
No, that's...
and also the maintenance of the bridge as well.
Yes, indeed, important.
And so just because of the importance of the cost, indeed, it's referred to as a key factor. Fully appreciate you're not the viability witness, but do you have any idea of how much the green bridge would cost?
I don't know.
Okay. So has that, to your knowledge, been fed into the viability assessment?
Yes, I understand it has.
I don't mind him answering, obviously, but just to lay down a bit of a PS sort of thing that obviously he doesn't know really. Like it's a different area of evidence that we'll have a specialist talking to. But I don't object to the question being asked, but I just want to let you know that we will be coming back to it to the extent we need to later.
Sure, fantastic. Okay, great. Why don't we can do it on that point? Okay. Just had some questions about the underpass. Well, I mean that may be a poetic license, but yeah, yeah, yes, a PDF 53. Sorry, it's the ecological mitigation statement 9.2.33. And so I just want to understand. So the underpass is there at B, correct?
At B, yes.
Okay. This is PDF page 53. And so the underpass is proposed at B, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And I'm just trying to tally this with the transport plans. We could just pick up core document 7.31.6. Do you see on PDF 48?
So I'm just getting that. Yes.
I'm just trying to understand where the underpass is. Is it going to be part of that between those two dotted lines that you see on the very extremity of this particular plan?
So what did you mean by extremity?
Yeah. So if you zoom in to the junction, because the junction on PDF 48, it's very much on the right-hand side of the page, isn't it? If you really zoom in the central reservation, there are actually two boxes there. There's one which is LRS1, and there's one which is LRS2.
Yes.
And then you have two diagonal dotted lines. I was just wondering if this is where the overbridge is proposed. Sorry, underpass is proposed.
In relation to when we were looking at those chainages and stuff.
Exactly, madam. We did. Yeah, I'm just trying to place what this underpass is.
It is. I think that is the location. It's bridge. It says bridge. The note bridge overland flow route.
Oh, I see.
Layout shown for indicative purposes. I think
Okay. Well, we don't need to take up hundreds of documents, but essentially, and we went through this in the inquiry earlier. 2 points about that. I mean, first, when you say an underbridge, an underpass, that's just essentially an area of land where the bridge happens to be above the underlying topography. Are you aware of that?
That would be not dissimilar to the example I was showing yesterday in terms of envisaging what it might look like.
Yeah. So
it's like the green bridge in reverse with the road over the top and the free passage of movement underneath.
Okay. I know you're also aware that, I mean, this is also, as is indicated there, I mean, this is part of the overland flow route, and essentially what that is where the dry valley has been diverted for flood risk purposes. Are you aware of that?
Yes, it is. I understand that the flood would be extremely infrequent, like 1 to 100 years, for example, so that it'd be very unlikely to flood, but nonetheless that's facilitated.
So I'm just wondering, I mean, essentially the underpass is essentially as a result of the need for this this flooding issue to be resolved with the dry valley diverted, and also the fact that, you know, the road infrastructure just goes above you know, the underlying topography of the land. Is that?
Well, that's not entirely correct, because it's also located so as to ensure the continuity. We've got hedgerow connections there, for example, at the current time, so it provides continuity of those, for example.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are the questions that I had on.
I'm still not very sure where the underpass is supposed to go, because there's the Highsted Road there, isn't there?
Sheet 49 is slightly easier to see it, I believe. Page 49, PDF 49.
Yeah.
Right. So where am I looking then?
It's the dotted lines, the 2 parallel dotted lines on the left and 2 on the right, and it's that location.
Yeah, I've got 3 sets of dotted lines. Which one do you mean?
Madam, if it helps, you have it in the chainage diagram as well. If you just want to have a look, if you are on page 49, could I just draw your attention to the box that says LRS2? Do you see that? Unfortunately, you really have to zoom in, but do you see LRS2?
Oh.
In the central reservation. Yeah. So, madam, if I could just take you to another reference. We have the chainage diagrams on PDF 57.
Okay, just a minute.
And what you see here is this is LRS2, and the box shows us the marker so that we know how to align the chainage diagrams with the infrastructure diagram. What you see there is the proposed overbridge, and you see the 3 dotted lines accordingly match up with the 3 columns that you have there. So the underpass is, well, I mean, I'll leave that to you, madam, but I mean, it's a gap underneath the.
But doesn't the Highsted Road go somewhere under there?
Mm.
It might be, he says, hopefully one for Mr. Wild, who did this diagram. But I'm led to understand, and it's very much in square brackets because it's got to be Mr. Wild.
Oh, right.
There's no point about who says it, but that you know, there were those 3 sets of dotted lines that the inspector mentioned.
Yeah.
We understand that it's that the area under which the green underpass goes is between the 2 outer sets of dotted lines, but it might just be easier to. The thing is, this is Mr. Wild's diagram.
What I would observe is the width is 50 metres, so that is in excess of the guidance, European guidance for green bridges. This is obviously an underpass, so therefore we'd expect it to function extremely well.
Well, I'm just not really sure where it is, but if Mr. Wild can throw some light on it, that's fine.
That brings me on.
Yes, you can. Sorry, I was just going to say yes, you can. Thank you.
That brings me on to the final topic. I don't know if you wanted to have a quick break before then.
Hold on. Well, how long are you going to be with you on it? Because
I think hopefully about an hour, an hour and a half, maybe. To err on the side of caution.
All right. Well, should we go on a bit longer because we haven't been going for an hour and a half yet? Can we go on to 3:30 and
Yes,
then
of
have a break?
Yeah, it's a topic that divides easily, and the 6th topic is fragmentation. And that genuinely wasn't planned. In terms of, I think that we can take the policy context briefly. I mean, we can agree that generally, in ecological terms, it is desirable to reduce fragmentation, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And that is reflected in national policy and also local policy as well.
Yes.
And when we're talking about habitat fragmentation, again, to go back to the theme that we discussed earlier, we're not just talking about the heavy hitters. We're not just talking about, so when I say just, not just talking about, Ramsar sites, European sites, triple SIs and things like that. We're also talking about, the more humble, to put it that way, ecological networks as well.
Indeed.
Yeah. Wonderful. So let's start with the general site context, and to give an outline of what I propose to cover, it's essentially going to be the general site context first. Second, we can just deal with a couple of points about dormice, and then there are in the third place just 3 specific links that I'd like to explore. So starting with the general site context, we can shut the transport assessment, shut the green bridges, and it would be helpful if you could open the environmental statement 9.1. And we can start with PDF 588. In 9.1, yep. Just to get an outline of what is proposed under the development. Paragraph 11.128, do you see that?
Yes.
And it says, in total, approximately 4.6 kilometres of hedgerows and tree lines may be lost. And that in... Of course. Yeah. 11.128. We've got a loss of 25% of the hedgerow tree line network on the site.
Yes, it says, however, the majority of these features are relatively low value individually.
Yes, and please read the rest of that sentence.
Their importance being derived from the connectivity they provide across the application site.
Exactly. And so when we look at the loss of the hedgerow and tree line network, and you had initially said, well, actually, that's essentially a habitat problem. We also need to look at the connectivity that is being removed from the site, correct?
That's right. And as I commented earlier, there's not an abundance of hedgerows on this site, as we've seen from the habitat plan.
But those that are on the site, they are all a priority habitat, aren't they?
Almost all British hedgerows are priority habitats, even if they're not very species rich.
Okay. Would you agree that the hedgerow forms, and I quote, a valuable habitat network?
Well, all hedgerows are of value.
Just a yes or no, maybe.
Yes, but there's not many of them, is the observation on this site.
Okay. And the ones that are there, they do provide a valuable habitat network, correct?
Well, they provide... There is value in their habitat, there's value in the network they provide, but individually they're not necessarily high-value features. Okay. In that they're not species-rich, well-developed, strong hedgerows, for example.
Okay. And then sticking with the environmental statement, just so we have another understanding of what is being lost just over the page, we also have the effect on bats, where at 11.131 we have a loss of around 25% of identified bat roosting potential trees, etc.
That's correct. These are not where bats are roosting, but they may have features which potentially could be used, and they haven't been fully beyond that identification at this stage.
And finally, a reduction in 25% in terms of area of the available habitat resource for dormice within the application site. We can go to the paragraph if necessary, but can we agree that?
So is that over the page?
I can give you the page reference if you need. It's page 592.
Is that the PDF page?
Yeah. PDF, but would you like the printed page? 588 printed page.
Yes, and I think that is going to the hedgerows.
Yeah. That's helpful. So that deals with the first point, which is the general site context. Just to pick up on some points in relation to dormice, which, as you recognise, are impacted by the 25% loss of hedgerows on site. In examination in chief yesterday, you said that they were very disparate around the site. They're not a strong population. There were none in the local wildlife site. And you also referred to the fact that the site was dominated by arable fields in intensive cultivation. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So there's a network of hedgerows on the site at the moment. They don't appear to be well used by dormouse. Potentially they could be used, but the records we have from the survey work conducted is it doesn't appear to be strongly occupied by dormice at the present time. Not a surprise, perhaps, because these are not species-rich, well-developed bushy hedgerows, which is hence me saying that in their own right they're not particularly valuable, but perhaps as a network as a whole there is a value.
But again, the key point that we've got here is that there is that valuable habitat network, which I've put to you and you've accepted, correct? Or do we need to go to the underlying baseline studies to get this point out? Or
Yes, exactly. We would say the hedgerow network is of value because it does provide some linkage around the site. So there are passages there for dormouse to move around, but they don't appear to particularly use them as habitats in their own right.
So sorry, Mr. Baxter. I don't want to be unduly finicky, but can we just agree? It's just these three words. That the hedgerows is a valuable habitat network. That have we agreed that? Just so we can
yes, it is a value. Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, it is of value.
Valuable habitat network. Can we agree that?
Or if I need to take to relative to what is the question I would ask. But on this site, it's there's not a lot of connectivity here, so it is providing a connective function. So then, yes, we do think within this site it is a value. Is it compared to other sites? No, it's very weak hedgerow network compared to other sites, and it's very poorly connected. So I think it's relative to what is I think the question I would ask. In giving the context.
But I'm not really asking you about relative value. I'm just asking whether you accept that the hedgerow is, and I quote, a valuable habitat network. And I'm just not entirely sure if I've got a yes or no answer to that.
I'm not clear of the question. Are hedgerows, are you talking about in broad terms, in general terms, or on this site?
Sure. I mean, I can put the quote to you, and I'm really not trying to trick. I can just put the quote, and I'm hoping that we don't have to get up the underlying studies. But I can read from the underlying studies. I can provide the quote. It says, "Together with the woodland areas, the hedgerows and tree lines within the site form a valuable habitat network, providing connectivity for movement of wildlife across the site." Do you agree with that statement?
No, that's correct.
Great.
And what I'm saying is that compared to other sites, it's not strongly connected. Yes, it's what this site has got, and therefore it's a value on this site because there isn't anything else. But is it a fantastic hedgerow network? No, not compared to other sites.
Now, I was going to ask you about dormice, which is the second topic that we're going to cover. If you could go to PDF page 569 in the environmental statement. I think you'll have a hard copy, and it is printed page 565.
569,
Printed page 565.
65.
Yeah, it's just a summary of the important faunal species present within the site. Yes, madam. But it goes on to page, for you, madam, it's PDF page 569. Do you see the box there, the entry there for dormouse?
Yes.
And so the valuable habitat network that we've agreed that's in the site takes the form, and I'm just reading here, in the form of numerous wooded areas and more substantial hedgerows. And it says that evidence of dormouse was recorded from Highsted Wood and hedgerows south of Cromer's Wood and in the southwestern part of the application site, whilst this species is likely to be present throughout the wooded habitats in this part of the application site. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there's an established presence of dormouse in Highsted Wood, but it has not yet been confirmed in the local wildlife site. I appreciate further studies will be done. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct. I mean, in terms of the survey level conducted, it's sufficient to demonstrate absence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so at the moment, we've got no evidence of presence, if you want to put it that way around, in the local wildlife site. Absolutely. They haven't colonised.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be clear, the surveys are agreed, really not heading down that line, but, you know, there's a line in the updated surveys, which I can take you to if necessary, but it says, and I quote, there may have been an expansion into Highsted Quarry local wildlife site. Are you familiar with that part of the updated studies? I can take you to it if need be.
I can't recall it off the top of my head, but I don't disagree that theoretically some of the habitat there may be suitable, and they may well colonise in the future.
It's a short point. I can take you to it. It's core document 9.2.36. PDF 3. Page 3, paragraph 3.2.3.
Yep.
Just the second line. And again, just to be perfectly clear, this cross-examiner is not heading to suggest that there might be dormice in the local wildlife site. That's not the point of this, but it's a different point. It is noted that there may have been expansion into Highsted Quarry's local wildlife site with continuing establishment of wooded vegetation within this area. Do you see that?
Yes, as I say, we don't dispute that there's theoretically usable habitat there,
Yeah.
and they just haven't got there yet.
Yeah, and in chief, I believe you used this phrase. You said, they will get there, but they have not done yet. Do you recall that?
Yes, most likely. It does depend on the habitat, but yes.
Yes. So what this goes to recognise is the value, although it might not be to the extent of the value of a European site or a triple SI, but the value in the connection between the ancient woodland and the local wildlife site. Yep.
Yeah, no, we don't dispute there's value in both. They're different types of habitat, so that's the critical difference.
There's also value in the connection. Sorry, just that was my point.
Yes.
Thank you. Finally, on dormice, just take up the chain-in article that you've been referring to. We've got that in your appendices to your proof. Just check I've got the right. This is the chain in article that you've been referring to. It's at PDF page 94. Fortunately, the printed pages and the PDF pages are the same. 94. Just on the left side of that, if we go to page 95 now, we'll just take up 2 references. There, under discussion, it says, our results do not contradict those of Bright et al. And Bright, who stated that common dormice were reluctant to cross gaps, and populations were less likely to persist in woods smaller than 20 hectares. You see that?
Yes.
And that's not disputed by yourself, is it?
No, I mean, maybe they're being diplomatic there, but yeah, that's what it says.
Okay. That's the first reference. The second reference, just on PDF page 96, just at the very bottom, just says, we were left column at the very bottom. It says, we were unable to determine whether or not the presence of the road has an impact on the mortality of common dormice. Do you see that?
I do. So from that, I take away that they didn't have any positive evidence of mortality. So in the sense that there was nothing there to suggest that it was having an effect. But they didn't focus their study on it, so they were unable to determine that scientifically.
But what they say is that they were unable to determine either way. I mean, it says we were unable to determine whether or not the presence of the road has an impact on the mortality of common dormice.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. That is actually a very nice time to break before just examining 3 specific links.
Right, we'll have to break till 3:45, please.
Thank you.
so it's time for the inquiry to resume. If you'd like to carry on, thank you, Mr. Rhymes.
Thank you very much. The final part of the final topic, we are examining some of the specific links between a number of elements on site. The first one is the link between ancient woodland and the local wildlife site. Now, in your evidence in chief, you agreed and I believe explained to the inspector that you accepted that the wooded part of Quarry A fits the description of semi-natural woodlands. Is that correct?
Yes.
And madam, just because you asked about what actually is a semi-natural woodland, I realise that there is a reference that contains, I think, a definition which might be helpful. And so I'd just like to take you to that document. It's called document 20.22. .22. It's called Keepers of Time. Do you see on? Yep. Just waiting for. No, that's so fine. Mr. Baxter, do you have it as well?
Yes.
Not usually a point done in cross-examination, but would you accept that this is a fair description of semi-natural woodlands? Just trying to get a definition for the inspector.
Sorry, yes, what page are you on? I've got a hard copy.
That would help, wouldn't it? It is printed. Oh gosh, this doesn't have.
Bottom right-hand corner should be.
Sorry, if you've got. I wonder if you're in the right document, because the document I have unfortunately doesn't have page numbers. Are you in core document 20.22?
Yeah, it's just a different version of it. It's the same thing. I can use the soft copy.
Yeah, we're not going to be long on this. PDF page 10 when you have it. Sorry, Mr.
Yes.
Pax, is that all right? Do you see there's a heading there, other semi-natural woodlands?
Yes.
One of the questions the inspector had was, well, what is a definition of semi-natural woodland? You can tend to accept this as a definition of semi-natural woodland.
Yes. That is that is fine as a definition. It's a
Right.
very useful document. This in itself this is actually a statement of government policy in regard to ancient woodlands, and I would just draw attention to a couple of other elements of it.
Well, hang on a minute, Mr. Baxter. Sorry, this is a cross-examination. So if there are other points you wanted to make about this document, you could have done so in chief. So just sticking with this, you're content with this as a definition of semi-natural woodland. The last line that we have there, it says, these woodlands are still important for biodiversity and nature recovery. You agree?
Yes.
Yeah. And can we agree, and hopefully shortcut having to go through this document in detail, that there is value in expanding and connecting ancient woodland with new native woodlands, which would include semi-natural woodlands such as this?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. So we can now turn to the linkage of the ancient woodland and the woodland in Quarry A of the local wildlife site. There's no dispute between us, is there? I mean, the ancient woodland and the local wildlife site they merge into each other, don't they?
They do now. They didn't used to. Obviously, we've looked at they were separated in the past.
In present day, they merge, don't they? Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Now, just to briefly go through the value of the local wildlife site, could you just pick up the core document 9.2.31? These are the baseline ecological appraisals. And I'll just go directly to the reference. It's PDF page 31. Paragraph 4.4.21. Do you have that? Do you need the core document reference again? PDF page 31. 4.4.21. It's quite a long paragraph. I think we can break it down just into a couple of points. Just to be clear, we agree, don't we, that there are, in the basin of the local wildlife site, indicators of ancient woodland species?
Yes.
And if we just go to the end of, thank you very much, because if we go to the end of that paragraph, there's a line that reads, nevertheless, the Highsted quarries do support a large area of wooded habitat, providing a moderate habitat resource for woodland fauna and contributing to the network of wooded habitats at a landscape scale. As such, the woodland habitat is considered to be of at least local importance in itself and contributes to the overall value of the local wildlife site. Now, I accept that the woodland in the local wildlife site is in BNG terms assessed to be poor, but we can agree, can we not, that there is a woodland habitat of value in itself in accordance with the baseline surveys, correct?
Yes.
Wonderful. A couple of questions were put to Ms. Foster saying, well, actually, there is an existing road, which is Cromer Road, and to be clear, that separates Quarry A and Quarry B, correct?
Yes.
And of course, we are judging the current application, and so we are concerned with the impacts of the development on habitat connectivity, which includes, as a result of the road, between the ancient woodland and the local wildlife site, correct?
Yes.
Good. We can now turn to the ancient woodland assessment. We can close. Yes. We can close the keepers of time and the baseline surveys. Just going through. And you have a hard copy, but I think the PDF pages are the same. We've got PDF 6 at 3.10. PDF page 6, oh, pardon me, of the ancient woodland assessment, which I think you have in hard copy, madam. Page 6. Paragraph 3.10. Just to orient ourselves, it says, under the proposals, the connection to the adjacent woodland areas to the north, that's referring to the local wildlife site, isn't it?
Sorry, which paragraph? Sorry.
Not a problem. So this is in paragraph 3.10, which is under the consideration of Highsted Wood.
Yes.
Yeah, it says under the proposal, the connection to the adjacent woodland areas to the north, that's the local wildlife site, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, and it says that they will be severed by the link road, albeit a wide corridor of green space will be maintained along the existing hedgerows to the south, typically measuring 30 to 50 metres in width. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And then under Beck's Wood on the same page, it says, and this is at paragraph 3.13, the link road will form a barrier to movement of wildlife to the east of the woodland and create a risk to animals from road traffic accidents. Now, we can agree that although this is said in the context of Beck's Wood, there's no difference, there's no reason for that to not apply to Highsted Wood, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so we can examine the connection between the ancient woodland and the local wildlife site on the environmental mitigation strategy, which we have at core document 9.2.33. PDF. Oh, I'll just wait for you to get that. PDF 53 is the ecology strategy plan. PDF page 53 is the ecology strategy plan. Document will be familiar to us now. You see the blue arrow at 4. It's between Highsted Wood and Quarry A.
Yes.
In point of fact, that is the only direct connection between the ancient woodland and Quarry A that is shown on this diagram. That's correct, isn't it?
There is also the Animex Bridge at position 3.
Yep. Oh, I see. There's also an Animex bridge. So there's an Animex bridge at 3, and apologies, there's also the 60 centimetre culvert at 4.
That's right. And obviously there will be, if we pick up the following plan EMS2, which is lighting.
That's the lighting.
Controls. Yep. There's seen that there is avoidance of lighting, so dark corridors, linkage in those same points which would go to those features.
Sure. Hang on a minute, Mr. Baxter. I mean, to be clear, when you say that there will be lighting restrictions, I mean, that's not quite correct, is it? There will be lighting restrictions, but subject to road design, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. That deals with the first issue of connectivity that I wanted to go through. We can now deal with the second one, which is the link between Highsted Wood and Cromer's Wood. Now, you accept, and because I think this was done in chief, but do you recall that Miss Foster was taken to the Swale Green Grid strategy June 2016, and there was a proposed green connection between Cromer's Wood and Highsted Wood. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Just want to take the same point, just in a slightly different way. We've got core document. Could you please take up core document 15.30? This is the Swale Biodiversity Baseline Report in preparation for the requirements of the Environment Bill. Do you have a hard copy? I just need to see if it's got...
Yes.
No problem. I can give you the page references if you need.
Okay.
If you go to the executive summary, Madam, for you it will be on PDF page 3. Basically says what this document does. The third line, the third sentence, says, in particular, it focuses on the establishment of a local nature recovery strategy across the borough and how this can be used to inform the delivery of BNG. It is 4 lines down from the top of that line. And on PDF page 20, which for you, Mr. Baxter, will be page 16. Is section 5, which relates to the application and recommendations, and essentially how to bring forward the local nature recovery strategy. Do you see that?
Yes.
And we then have how that applies to specific site recommendations in the local plan at PDF 34, which for you, Mr. Baxter, will be on page 30. Do you see that Appendix N, site-specific recommendations for SLA sites?
Yes.
Sorry, madam, it's still within the same document. PDF page 34. Sorry, madam, I'm trying to give 2-page references just because Mr. Baxter is working from a hard copy. For you, madam, yeah. And essentially, we've got the list of the sites in which are the proposed allocations and how those sites fit within the local nature recovery strategy. And at the very end, on PDF page 41, and for you that's page 37, Mr. Baxter.
Yes.
Just at the very end, last line there, SLA 18/225, that's us. And it says in the box that follows that a section of the site falls within the North Downs Nature Recovery Priority Area, etc., etc., etc. Southeast Sittingbourne, yes. That's this site, yeah. And then just at the end it says, this is the second line from the end, on-site BNG provision should seek to connect Highsted Wood and Cromer's Wood. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And so the connection of Highsted Wood and Cromer's Wood is recognised essentially as being important in ecological terms in these local policy documents. Is that a fair characterisation?
Yeah, I think it's seen as an opportunity. They've been separated in the landscape for a long time.
And so just looking at how they will remain connected. I mean, currently they are connected by a hedgerow, aren't they?
Yes.
We can shut this document. And we have the hedgerow illustrated. Do you need a reference to see where that hedgerow is, or? Exactly.
It is.
Yes. So if we look at what is, so in that case I don't propose to give a reference, but madam, if you want it for your note, you can see it, for example, at core document. Okay, 9.1.38, great. If we look at what is proposed, we have 8.19, which is the green space structuring plan. Sorry, before we go to that plan, we'll just take back the environmental mitigation statement, or document 9.2.33, which probably everybody has open. PDF page 53, the ecology strategy plan. Do you see the connection between Cromer's Wood and Highsted Wood? We can see the primary ecological corridor there, can't we?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, no, madam, it's not the one that's 3, because the one that's 3 that's the compensation planting, and that doesn't lead directly to the ancient wood. No, of course. Yes, yes, exactly. Okay.
Yep.
Just so that we have that in mind. Simple point, really. We can take it by reference to the green space structuring plan. I mean, if we follow the same route along the green space structuring plan, I mean, first we have an area of amenity green space leading from, immediately after Cromer's Wood, correct?
Yes.
Then we cross a road, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, then we have the strategic play area. The road is the white dot, is the white line that you see on the green space structuring plan. Yes, so they're blanks. They're white spaces where essentially anything that's not green space. If you want, we could also take up the access plan as well. Yes, madam. I see, madam. Apologies, I forgot you were dealing with hard copies. If you zoom in, that in the midst of that yellow there is a white line, and that is because. Sorry. Well, madam, I can just give you a reference to the access plan if you want. It's core document 8.22. .25 is the framework access plan.
Space structuring plan.
Sorry, madam. Yes, because you were in the green. Sorry, the green space structuring plan is 8.19, but we can make the same. I just wanted to illustrate what it is that is being crossed, and you can see that on core document 8.25. So, madam, you're on 8.25. Yeah, and so you see the yellow line there, and also for you, Mr. Baxter, I mean, that's a secondary development access road that you then cross.
Yes.
And then, madam, if we go back to the green space structuring plan.
It's the blue one that primary.
Well, madam, we'll get there. So after you cross the secondary road, you have the red dot, which is a strategic play area. Yes.
Do you want me to go to the structuring plan again?
We can see it in the green space structuring plan. Yeah.
And what? CV number is that?
It's 8.19. Just pointing it out because you referred to it before, madam.
Okay, so
Right, so we've got our strategic play area. We then have more amenity green space. Yeah, more highway green space. Yes, Mr. Baxter.
Yes.
And then it splits into 4 with 3. I mean, I suppose they're 2 roads, but you essentially have kind of 2 on the on the left-hand side, which then join into one. And Madam, you were asking, well, what is the blue road which you see on core document 8.25?
One to the other side of the red dot, is it?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Sorry, Madam.
I'm musing that maybe it's not. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And so again, and then we have a primary development access road before you finally get to the ancient woodland. I mean, factually, that's correct, isn't it? What that corridor represents. We agree?
Yes.
Wonderful. So we can now go to the third and final subtopic, which is just the country park. And if we take up the statement of common...
Can I just answer in regard to the corridor between Highsted Wood and Cromer's Wood? Because in terms of, yes, it does have these features and it is shown on the green spaces amenity, but that doesn't mean it can't be designed with wildlife function. If we go to core document 1.27, which is the landscape and open space strategy, we can see a nice example of that.
Okay. Well, look, I think
page 20 of the PDF.
Sure. I think we have the idea of how.
This is very useful.
He's answering the questions. I mean, I've heard
sorry. I thought everything had been.
From him, actually.
I thought everything had been answered, but sure.
Well,
go ahead.
I wasn't sure there was a question. So it was.
So where do you want us to go?
It's core document 1.27, which is the landscape and open space strategy.
1.27.
It's PDF page 20.
This is for the northern site, right?
Northern side. It's just a example of how it could be designed. On there's a variety of linkages shown through the green grid, and there's a
which
photograph
page?
there of informal landscape shared footway cycleway. So
sorry to interrupt, Mr. Baxter. Just which page of that document?
PDF page 20.
Thank you.
It's-
Southern side, isn't it?
I see.
There's a photograph at the bottom left-hand corner showing an example of how informal landscaped areas with a shared footway cycleway can be landscaped.
But sorry. Please
And
finish.
what I can observe from that is that this incorporates wildlife habitat in addition to functional amenity green space. So there's long sward grassland, bushes, brambles, trees in there, which are all providing good wildlife space, as well as the footpath cycleway and open grassland areas there in amongst. So this is back to the dual function of the green network, and hence the link between Cromer's Wood and Highsted Wood can be designed to function like this. And also when we look at the green structuring plan, it's not just a single link between Cromer's Wood and Highsted Wood. There's a variety of fingers of green space which create a network, all them which do lead down to Cromer's. So it's not just one single link.
Sure. Okay, so addressing those points in turn, when you say it's not one single link, I've taken you through the direct link between Cromer's Wood and Highsted Wood, correct?
Correct, but as
Although
I've explained...
there are others, but I've taken you through the direct link. The answer to that is yes, correct?
Correct,
Yeah.
but I've explained that
Sure.
the animals will use stepping stones here, so they don't necessarily move in a direct fashion. They don't need to move in one particular night to get from A to B. So they use a diffuse network here, and that's how it can function.
Okay, and then in terms of the picture that you have taken the inspector to, I mean, the picture shows an informal landscape shared footway / cycleway, correct?
Correct.
Right, but the direct route that I've asked you that we have just explored, it is not a shared footway / cycleway. It involves crossing a primary development access road and a secondary development access road. Can we agree it is in no way comparable to the shared cycleway and footway that is illustrated in this picture? Yes or no?
I disagree, because yes, there
Okay,
are roads
thank
to be crossed, but they are they are internal roads which can be facilitated with hop-over features, as we've explored already for bats, and therefore will be readily crossed by dormouse, which we know cross roads of up to 12 metres. So therefore they're not going to be seen as significant barriers. What I'm trying to illustrate with the photograph is that there's a design function here which can incorporate wildlife function as well as amenity use.
Thank you. The final topic is the country park. We can take up the statement of common ground. This time it is the statement of common ground between the applicant and Swale. So sorry, I don't immediately have a core document reference to hand. It will be core document 34 point, what will it be? 16? But it's just to go through what separates us on the Highsted Country Park. Do you see at paragraph 3.1.1, the third bullet in that document?
So it's 34 point.
You might have it. If I refer to the title, Mr. Back, it's a statement of common ground between yourself and Miss Forster.
Okay.
Honestly, it's not a hugely important reference. I can just read. I just wanted to.
I've got the soft copy. That's fine.
Sure. 3.1.1. Just that it is not agreed that the area referred to as Highsted Country Park would significantly increase the wider connected habitat resource associated with the local wildlife site due to the lack of confirmed connectivity across the Southern Relief Road. What I wanted to take you to is just go back to the environmental mitigation statement 9.2.33. And I just wanted to understand, I mean, is it your case that there will be a wider connected habitat resource in the country park itself? Is the idea that the idea that the country park itself will function as a coherent habitat resource?
Yes, there's direct linkage to the LWS north of the SRR, but also south, and it was established in cross-examination that Ms Foster appears to overlook the underpass at B in terms of the substantial connectivity that provides 50-metre width of free passage.
I see. Just exploring how it's addressed in the environmental mitigation statement for a moment. If I could just take you to PDF 24.
Do you have a hard copy page number?
Yeah, it's 21 at the very top of that page. 5.2.26.
Yes.
And it says, therefore, although the link road reduces connectivity between the northern and southern components of the country park, the individual compartments are considered to be of sufficient size to form robust habitat units in their own right. Accordingly, the road is not considered to significantly impact the function of the country park as a west-east green corridor to the southeast of Sittingbourne. You see that?
Yes.
So essentially the idea is set out between the environmental mitigation strategy is that you have distinct habitat units in their own right, the north and the south of the Highsted Country Park. Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say, but the section you're reading from comes before the section on connectivity, which is then discussed of how the connections across the link road are then going to be formed to ensure there is free movement.
I see. So we must read, this is in paragraph 5.2, we must read the overview of habitat retention, creation and enhancement as separate from the section that deals with habitat connectivity. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it doesn't seem to be discussing that.
Okay. I see. I was just going to the beginning of that section, trying to understand what this section was. To understand 5.2.26, the beginning of that section. Now, just to draw out, just so we have it, the different elements of the Highsted Country Park. At paragraph 5.2.16, this is on page 19 for you, Mr. Baxter. Madam, for you, it's PDF 22. It refers to Highsted Country Park. The last line there, this will provide a substantial open space resource and a significant new habitat area for wildlife. Yeah?
Yes.
The different uses are also indicated in this. So we've got an area of semi-natural green space within the country park of 32 hectares, which will be designed primarily for wildlife, correct?
Yes.
And then just over the page, we have some further detail on the parkland areas at paragraph 5.2.21. We've got 35 hectares for the parkland areas. And then if we look finally at the recreational zoning plan, which we have on PDF 59, PDF page 59.
Yes.
Just, taking it briefly in turn. So in the south, we have, of the Highsted Country Park, we have a minimal access zone. You see that? Sorry, madam. The minimal access zone is green. Yeah. Yeah. So we've got an eco park, and sadly next to the eco park we sort of have a wodge of sort of like a wedge shape of purple, which is a dedicated amenity recreational zone. You see that?
Yes.
And obviously the Southern Relief Road is bounded by informal recreational zone areas. Yeah.
Yes.
And then further to the north we have another minimal access zone as well.
Yes.
So I mean, when we are referring to the overall habitat connectivity within Highsted Country Park, I mean, I think it's fair to say what you have within Highsted Country Park are these individual habitats in their own right, rather than an overall connected habitat space. Can we agree?
No, I disagree. If we take the EMS and turn to Appendix 1, which is extracts from the Landscape and Open Space Strategy.
Sorry, which page?
This is it's still in the same document, 9.233, and it's Appendix 1. Get a page number.
Is it the Nature Park Design Study?
Yeah, it's PDF page 70. And this shows the country park which we're just being referred to, and it shows the different spaces which are referred to in the zoning plan in terms of the minimal access zone. Just get the zoning plan up as well, which is the former orchards, which is in position number 3, location number 3 on that the landscape plan, to the east number 3 in around number 1. That will be part of the recreational zone, the purple area. Still page 70 of the PDF.
I mean, the point can be made quite simply in that what you see on page 70, it's quite difficult to translate and to see how the different areas of recreational zoning would be applied to this image.
No, I think it's quite clear in the sense that there's different typologies here, but they all connect together. That's the point. You put it to me that they were separate. I don't agree. They're all connected, as you see on this plan here, but they have different designs which encourage different levels of recreation. Access to them will be controlled as well, and as a result, you have these different typologies and the land.
I don't really understand that. So how are they connected? You've got the roads, right? So I understood that the area to the north was the eco park, which was minimal access. Is that right?
That's correct. Yep.
And that's 11, 12, 7, 10.
Correct.
All that area.
Indeed.
And the access area, recreation zone, is to the south of the road, which is 4, 6, 1. That bit.
It is, and there's 3 subsections to the area south of the road. In the west, it's for informal recreation. The orchard zones will be more minimal access in the middle, and then to the east, there's the more formal recreational zone.
So how are the two connected? You said they're interconnected.
So from a wildlife perspective, there's no barriers to movement across the entirety of this area.
There's the road.
Well, apart from the road, which has obviously got the connectivity measures we've discussed significantly in amongst them. So there's a connected passage, just like Highsted Road and Cromer Road are present in the local wildlife site.
But Mr. Baxter, when you say that today and you say that it's all connected, I mean, do you agree, therefore, with what is said in PDF 24, which describes Highsted Wood, and it's in paragraph 5.2.26.
Sorry, you lost me now. Where are we going now?
Madam, same document, PDF 24.
What's the hard copy page?
5.2.26, paragraph reference for you, Madam. And Mr. Baxter, it's page 21. For Mr. Baxter. Sorry, I'm very sorry. This is genuinely the last reference. I'm just trying to deal with a lot.
21 for me.
Madam, I'm so sorry. It's PDF page 24 for you, and Mr. Baxter, it's printed page 21.
Right, okay, yeah.
I mean, just trying to understand what you're saying, Mr. Baxter. I mean, it's fair to say that it does not cohere with what is said in paragraph 5.2.26, which refers to this idea, and I'm reading from the third line down, that there are individual compartments that are considered to be of sufficient size to form robust habitat units in their own right. I mean, what this is saying is that there will be these separate habitat units within the Highsted Country Park, and it will not be connected in the way that you've said today. Can we agree that?
No, what it's saying is that they're individual units which are large enough to function extremely well for nature conservation in their own rights, and then they are connected as well as a whole. Yes, there's some kind of deterrent to crossing the road, because it's better to have no road. If you were going to design a nature reserve, that's how you would do it. But in the event actually that we're going to need development enabled funding to create what essentially would otherwise be a scale of a large nature reserve, then we can do that, and we can ensure that there is connectivity across the road by all the measures we've talked about, when we walk up Cromer Road and Highsted Road, we don't think there's no connectivity between parts of the local wildlife site. It's still the same with the design here, as we've seen from the landscape drawings, the highways drawings. There's stepping stone habitats between the footway, the carriageways, and the busways, so that wildlife can move through here. But in addition to that, there's the dedicated underpass, the dedicated badger tunnels, the dedicated animix crossings, the dedicated green bridge. So we do have plenty of connectivity. And when you stand on the site and you look at the area of this green, this country park will occupy, it is enormous on a scale which you don't normally see on development sites. So it's going to be a very significant habitat area. And when you take the desert of arable, which provides little opportunity for wildlife, and you create semi-natural habitat there, that's very significant on this scale.
Mr. Baxter, do you remember what my question was?
Yes, does it reduce the connectivity?
No, my question was, can you reconcile what you have just said with the paragraph that I've just directed you to? And that's a yes or no question.
Yes, because the following section 5.3 is maintenance of habitat connectivity, which then talks about the different features at table 5.1 which facilitate that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baxter. Those were all of my questions.
Your microphone.
So,
Long do you think you'll be?
when I was given my time estimate, I assumed a number of questions would be asked. They have been asked, but I don't necessarily think it's reduced my time estimate
Okay.
to 45 minutes to
I
an
can't
hour.
remember what that was though. An hour?
An hour or so.
Also.
I'll stick to an hour if I can, but that'll involve me being very direct and hopefully Mr. Baxter being very direct.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we start. I think we'll try and make a good start. Yes. See how
Madam, yes,
get
we
on.
can dip our toes into the chalk stream to
That
finish
sounds
off
nice
from
and cool,
yesterday.
doesn't it? Let's just do that. That will be great.
So, good afternoon, Mr. Baxter.
Good afternoon.
Probably feels like a long time ago since someone introduced themselves to you. But obviously I'm here to ask questions on behalf of the Five Parish Group, and I'm also here representing the Action Group, the Five Parish Group taking the lead on this point. There may be a way to short-circuit this, so I'm going to ask you a very simple question. Having listened to the discussion we had yesterday, and presumably had a look at the points surrounding the dispute over the chalk stream, do you now accept that the stream that runs between the St Thomas Becket Spring and the Tom Mill Pond is a probable chalk stream?
No, that's not how I read it. I read the plan that the stream being referred to is the purple coloration on there. I agree it's ambiguous, but that is how I read it. I wouldn't imagine that you would include a diagram on the very same page as discussing the Bapchild stream if containing information you didn't want the reader to take away.
Thank you. So that's a no, in essence. So it doesn't short circuit it. So I'm going to take you through the SRT survey, which is in your consolidated appendices, reference core document 3752.
Consolidated appendices, do you mean to his proof?
For the proof. So it's core document 37.5.2.
John?
And Mr. Baxter, if you could turn to PDF page 133.
I have it.
And this is the executive summary. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through a few passages and hopefully explain to you as to why we form the view that this is an undesignated chalk stream based on this evidence.
Yes.
So you're very focused on obviously the map we were looking at yesterday, but as you say, these things shouldn't be viewed in isolation, and the map has to be read in conjunction with what the survey itself says, or the report on the survey says. So the executive summary in the first paragraph. So this is SERT explaining that they carried out a survey on 11 probable chalk streams, and that these streams neighbour existing low certainty chalk streams which have been identified as amendments to the BAP, which is the National Chalk Stream Map held by Natural England. You agree with that?
Yes.
So through this we can see that CERT are not looking at chalk streams that have already been identified as low certainty chalk streams.
I believe it also includes that, though.
So the survey of 11 rivers identified as probable chalk streams, and that these neighbour existing low certainty chalk streams which have already been identified as amendments. You're saying the survey goes wider than the 11 probable chalk streams and goes to the ones that have already been identified.
There would be a need to do a matching up exercise with the Natural England database, but it may well include those as well.
So if we carry on with our explanation, and still in the first paragraph, so coming on from the first sentence, it goes on to say this survey identified that all the streams surveyed displayed a chalk-derived base flow.
Yes.
And explains that only 3 of the surveyed streams which offer realistic opportunities for chalk stream restorations. And that's on the basis that those 3 streams did not suffer from a modification and exhibit a gravel bed.
Yes.
So if we can turn on to page 134, and we did discuss this briefly yesterday, but here we have the aims and objectives from the survey. And we can see towards the end of section 1, we have the main objectives of the report. And the final bullet point is, main objectives of the report are to identify chalk streams in North Kent and suggest these as amendments to the BAP, effectively.
Yes.
Section 2 introduces the site and explains that 4 known chalk streams occur within the survey area, and that the purpose of this survey was to survey neighbouring streams within the area that are subject to the same hydrological regime as these low certainty chalk streams. So again, on our view, this is CERT saying we are not looking at the chalk streams that have been identified already as low certainty chalk streams. We are surveying the neighbouring chalk streams.
Yes, I see that.
If we go on to page 135, here we have their methodology set out briefly, and also we have their public consultation. We don't need to dwell on those at all, actually. Bringing down onto page 136, we have a list of chalk stream characteristics. You see those?
Yes.
And would you agree that that list contains chalk stream characteristics?
Yes.
And about halfway through, just to note, one of those characteristics is wet woodland, present beyond the immediate bankside.
Yes, but that is a habitat which is also found in non-chalk streams.
Yes, it's a priority habitat, isn't it, under the attractively abbreviated NERC? That's right, isn't it? Section 41.
It is indeed. Principal habitat type.
Thank you.
It's the same, for our purposes, it's interchangeable. But priority is the modern term, yes.
Thank you. So we agree that a wet woodland is a priority habitat, and if this was a chalk stream, would we agree that that too would be a priority habitat?
Yes, if it were.
Now, if we move on to page 138, and here we have the first map. And with some apologies to Mr. Simons, I will try and deal with this as best I can with the colour coding.
Do you want me to look at it online?
Yes, madam, it's probably easy to look online to do
Sorry,
the zooming.
Just remind me which CD it is then.
So it's CD, apologies, I've just moved it off, 37.5.2, and it's PDF page 138.
I'll just get the document. Okay.
Madam, whilst someone could probably usefully feedback to CERT that their colour coding needs to be more distinctive, but if we have a look to the west of the map, we can see Bapchild in the middle, and then the stream immediately above the A. That's the Thomas Becket Spring, isn't it, there? Sorry, Mr. Baxter, if you got it.
Are we looking, sorry, on PDF page 138?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the map there. I've zoomed in above Bapchild. I can't see the Thomas Becket Spring, but I can see that
where the stream starts is the Thomas Becket Stream, isn't it?
I would take your word for that. It's not on the plan.
Okay. But should we say that
That's what it says.
That's where the Bapchild Stream starts on the plan, on the map. Sorry, there.
That's what it says. Yes, and on page 139, I know it says this stream begins at Thomas Becket Spring, so we could surmise it's there, but we couldn't be certain, I guess.
Okay. So we have a look at the legend, and we've got some markings that appear along the stream. We've got the green balloons that are the chalk stream consultation comments, and then the stream itself, which is blue, appears to be just identified as detailed river network.
Yes.
And if we come to the if we come to the east, we can see a piece of stream that's highlighted purple, or a mauve colour.
Yes.
Now, on the legend, that corresponds to Natural England low certainty chalk stream.
Yes.
And I think this is the stream that you were talking about as the one that you accepted was a chalk stream.
Yes.
So, if we cast our minds back to the start of this cross-examination. Now, the purpose of this survey is not to survey the identified low certainty chalk streams, but the neighbouring streams. So our position is that the neighbouring stream is the Bapchild stream, which is why we have a whole section we'll come on to in a moment dealing with that. But the survey is not applying to the already identified by Natural England low certainty chalk stream, which is the one that you've taken into consideration.
Yes, I follow.
Thank you. So, if we can move on to page 139, we have to zoom out.
Are you agreeing or are you just following?
Well, I'm following through the
logic.
on this. I'm not sure I agree yet.
Okay, well, let's
When you say yes, are you starting to?
Well, I can follow the logic.
Okay, well, let's see.
What
where
I
we
don't
get to.
understand is if I can, throw this in here. But this is a 2023 survey. Without question, the data set must have been sent to Natural England. Why hasn't Natural England updated the chalk stream rivers map if they felt this was actually accurate? Because I know that they regularly update their data set mapping. It's not instant, but it doesn't take that long.
No, and this is a question we don't have the answer to, I have to say. But then again, with the idea of Natural England regularly updating anything,
Well, I
there
do
are
disagree.
timeframes, and I'm sure it is something we can look into to find out. But what we have is the report of a survey that was prepared for the purposes of providing to those charged with designating and maintaining these features. And this is the evidence that we have that says, through this survey, a probable chalk stream has been identified. And we'll come on to why we think that's important in a minute.
But yeah, with some regularity, we do send data updates to the Natural England GIS team for habitats, and they do update them, within a reasonable timescale of a couple of months normally. So, from a 2023 submission, I can't imagine it wouldn't have been updated if they felt it was correct. They do scrutinise what you send before they will make a change. So therefore, I can only just put that out there that this must have been sent to Natural England and they must have looked at it, but they haven't updated their official map.
And that's your evidence, you're free to give it. I can't give evidence on behalf of my clients, and we haven't called any evidence to say what happened since this survey was done. So if we can move on to 139, we have here the box setting out the analysis of the Bapchild stream.
Yes.
This is a point I want to deal with that we touched on briefly yesterday concerning what is meant by upstream and downstream, and my GCSE geography feels like it was a long time ago. But dealing with downstream, can we agree that where there's a reference to downstream, that broadly means heading towards the source of the river?
Yes, it's the other way around, I think.
Is it the other way around?
Upstream is where the spring is.
Yes.
So the difficulty...
Sorry.
Apologies, that may be me muddling things up there. So if we can just have a quick look at hydrology or hydrogeology, we have the river source is the Thomas Becket Spring, a spring that has existed here since 700 AD. And downstream at St Giles's Church is a low certainty chalk stream. The group's case is that downstream St Giles's Church is the mauve stream that we were talking about earlier to the east of the Bapchild stream. Yeah, slightly above it.
I'm presuming so. Yes, I'll follow where you're going. I can't say for certain, but that would seem to follow. Yes.
And we come to the conclusion, and having quite correctly pointed out my downstream and my upstream and GCSE geography was clearly a failure for me, we then have the conclusion with the wording in bold. The uppermost reaches of this stream are chalk stream habitat. The impacts of the Bapchild Mill Pond and low channel gradient downstream, so heading towards the estuary, prevents chalk stream habitat from occurring.
Yes, I see that.
So, Five Parish Group's point is that the portion of the stream between the spring and Tong Mill Pond is a chalk stream habitat. Can you agree that, based on this?
I can see that's what it's saying. What impact the mill is having, and whether it has an upstream effect backing up from the mill. haven't looked at that on the ground. I think the more pertinent point to take is that I cover that at my proof of evidence 7.8.3 to say that where we have on the last line there, identified sections of chalk stream located north of the northern site to the north of Lower Road would be protected through drainage safeguards as set out in the ES, and I give the references to those drainage safeguards, and I can take you there, and that's what I gave the commentary on yesterday, in that these are SUDS solutions to ensure that there is proper filtering and treatment of any discharges, and that can be done to a very high level, and we know this because we work on discharges into SACs, and so this is not a SAC quality, which is European site quality.
I don't want to cut you off because you're aware of SUDS, and obviously it's a mitigation and what they can do. What I'm trying to get to the bottom of is whether or not this portion of the stream can be considered to be a chalk stream, or if, as per 7.83 of your proof, it is simply to be classified as a watercourse, not classified as a chalk stream, due to previous modifications associated with Tong Mill. That's not what the report into the CERT survey seems to be saying.
No, I do take your point. I think it would need to be looked at in the ground as to technically whether the section which is within the site does fall into that. It may do. I think we need to go and survey that.
I mean, this is in your appendices, and it's something that has been submitted before. Did you look at this with a careful eye when you put it into your appendices?
I did, but I must admit I was looking at the purple stream at the time as the identified one, with the Bapchild Mill Pond having its effect. So whether in actual fact technically there is a chalk stream there, we would need to check. I think the key points are it's retained in the master plan and therefore can be safeguarded.
But if you hadn't identified this as a probable chalk stream, because you were looking at the wrong stream, how have you assessed it?
It's in the baseline ecological assessment has contained it contains a description of the stream which we can go to if that's helpful.
I mean, you're aware of the development around Tong, and that's clearly going to have impacts on the stream, because I think there are points where it's going into
Stones Farm you're talking about? Stones Farm?
No, Tong. The country park. The stream.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said the development.
Apologies.
No.
No. So the development of Tong Country Park, where the stream passes through. Yeah.
Yes, as I say, it's retained as part of that.
But it's retained on the basis it's a watercourse, not on the basis it hasn't been assessed as a chalk stream, has it?
Well, it would make no difference if it's being retained. It's being retained, and therefore it's fully safeguarded. So if it's an SAC river, a chalk stream, or an ordinary watercourse, the outcome's the same.
So where we are, I think, now is you accept that this is possibly a chalk stream.
Yes.
You accept that when you assessed this and looked at the other stream, you were mistaken. It is a chalk stream, but it is not necessarily the only chalk stream.
Well, I'm not sure we can completely assess that, because the effect of the mill, whether it's backing anything up, we need to look at. There's a question mark over why Natural England have not updated the data set on here in terms of their map, and so we need to just place that caveat on it, I think.
Should it not have been assessed on that basis, or should it not now be assessed on that basis in order for the inspector to make a recommendation?
I don't think anything turns on it because it's retained.
Now, there's obviously discussion in respect of the precautionary principle that arises in your proof, not to do with chalk streams, but can you just explain what the precautionary principle is?
Precautionary principle.
Yeah.
Precautionary principle often applied to European sites. It's to ensure that in the absence of evidence that a cautious approach is then taken. Yes, you could put it that way.
Now, you'll have to excuse us on this side because we don't have an ecologist. I'm not an ecologist. But does the precautionary principle apply at all to chalk stream habitats? Or could it be said to apply?
It's mostly applied to European sites in that it's a very high bar which is being placed upon things, but we take a cautious approach, which you could say is precautionary to all things, and in this case, the level of assessment which is carried out is often relative to the impact. So if the feature is to be lost, a higher level of assessment would be carried out. If the feature is retained, a lower level of assessment would be carried out.
There's been no level of assessment of it as a chalk stream, though, has there? It's retained.
It's been assessed as a watercourse, and it's been safeguarded as a watercourse. I can take you to the points in the ES which set out the mitigation for that.
So what you're saying is effectively that if this is a chalk stream habitat, it makes no difference as to whether it was that or just a watercourse.
Correct.
So nothing in the surrounding landscaping that is proposed in this area of the development would have an effect on the chalk stream.
The ES contains construction safeguards to ensure that this would be safeguarded. I'm looking at the ES for the north site here, CD 3.1, and that's a paragraph 11.133 of construction safeguards.
Madam, we've got a little bit more on it. Apologies if you've got spinning.
Yes, this is the ES which sets out the safeguards. I've got a hard copy, just get the soft copy. It's paragraph 11.133.
Madam, you have to bear with me, I've just frozen, so I'm going to try and get the internet version.
And that's the construction safeguards. And then the other reference is paragraph 11.152. And that's PDF page 528.
So can you give me the printed page, because I'm having to work from the version that's on the web. My PDF is frozen.
That's 524. Page 524 is the printed page number.
So this is just setting out that a SUD scheme is going to be implemented to manage runoff.
Yes, so in terms of runoffs into water courses, they will be subject to SUDS treatment before they reach water courses.
So is it appropriate to use a SUD scheme to run water into this watercourse if it is a chalk stream?
Yes, as long as the treatment level has been assessed and calculated, then yes, that would be fine to do so.
And you can say that without having assessed this particular watercourse as a chalk stream?
So the calculations for that would all be done at the detailed stage when there's detailed layouts available to do that. And at that stage, the detail can then all be looked at, including the required level of treatment at that stage. It's what we call a treatment train, so that SUDs can be added to incrementally with a variety of elements into the SUDs, and essentially you add elements in to get to the required treatment level. So it's a scalable system, achievable, doable, and certainly when you've got plenty of open space available where you can incorporate the likes of swales, effective.
I mean, I'm sorry to put this again, but as I understand it, having accepted within the last 10 minutes that this is a chalk stream, or a probable chalk stream, you're able to assess it without looking at it further and conclude that there's going to be no adverse impacts because of the SUDs.
Well, first of all, we don't know it's a chalk stream because there's a question mark of whether there's
Taking
any
a precautionary approach.
Yeah, I don't think it won't need to be precautionary when we could actually go and sample that fully. And then what I'm saying is that the SUDS solutions are, from experience we've got dealing with these at European sites with very high quality water. I've done a lot of work on the Pevensey levels. We know that they can be scaled to happily reach treatment levels to the satisfaction of Natural England Environment Agency into SACs. So therefore there would be absolutely the same principles which could be applied here.
So I don't think we're going to get any further with this, so I'll just put my client's case, which is they don't accept that this has been properly assessed. This is a late recognition. They're not reassured by anything that you've just said that this probable chalk stream will get the level of protection that it requires. Even you are saying now that you need to go back and assess it. Should that not be done at this stage?
All we need to do at this stage is to establish the scheme is capable of mitigation.
If we move on to page 140, and this is coming to the end of this particular document, so it's 140 of the CERT report.
Yes.
I just want to round this off by having a look at what CERT say in respect of habitat quality at 7.3 at the bottom of that page. And so the first paragraph, after the first sentence, CERT identify in the headwaters of the Batchard Stream, Downswell Stream and Westbrook Stream are areas of wet woodland which show seeps and visible upswelling within the woodland channel. This is perennially wet priority habitat. Now, we accept that wet woodlands are part of a characteristic of a chalk stream, and so this chalk stream is supporting this wet woodland.
Correct.
So you have one priority habitat effectively supporting another.
If it's priority habitat, yes, the wet woodland is.
And in that respect, assessing this now as a probable chalk stream, you're presumably still content that the SUDs will make sure that the wet woodland isn't affected at all?
Yes, wet woodland occurs in plenty of other watercourses. It doesn't need to be a chalk stream to support wet woodland, as we've already discussed. So the woodland is just needs the hydrology to be present for it.
final paragraph, we have CERT recognising that the Bapchild stream is one of the 3 streams that hold the greatest restoration potential. It's the final paragraph under section 7.3. If you go back to the sentence, the final sentence on the penultimate paragraph, this is the conclusion that the Westbrook stream, the top of Downswell stream, and the Bapchild stream show a clear link with chalk-derived base flow. And then CERT is saying that those 3 streams are the ones that hold the greatest restoration potential. What is government policy on the restoration of chalk streams?
Well, restoration of priority habitats is encouraged, but if it's already a chalk stream, I wouldn't understand why it needs to be restored. So it may be that they're suggesting here it's capable of coming up to chalk stream quality after restoration. Again, it's unclear.
So, in order to be a chalk stream, there's no need for restoration. If you're a chalk stream, you don't need to be restored.
Well, are they suggesting that this is going to happen south of the mill or north of the mill? We don't know.
Well, they've already identified that it's the portion of the stream travelling up to the mill pond. We've discussed that.
Yes.
So this is the portion we're talking about.
Okay. So it sounds like it needs to be restored then, in which case it's not at the...
But does that mean it's not a chalk stream, or it's not a probable chalk stream?
Well, it could be. It could be a degraded chalk stream, but then south of the mill could technically be talked about as a degraded chalk stream. Having been impounded, it's difficult to... How are you cutting the definition, I think?
So it's that old conundrum of when is a degraded probable chalk stream not a probable chalk stream, and in turn a chalk stream.
Yeah. So, well, if we go back to the key, in danger of doing so, they seem to be mapping them as non-chalk streams after that. So it's unclear again.
How bear with me. If we go back to the plan on 138, so the slightly bigger plan. So your point here is that they haven't identified it as a chalk stream, so it's not included as a chalk stream on the legend. Is that in respect of CERT?
This is the plan in their document. It partly mirrors the Natural England plan. The purple ones are shown as low certainty, so there's very little on here of high certainty. So these are low certainty streams. We don't know is the answer on this, but what we do seem to know is it needs restoration, whatever it is.
So probable chalk stream that needs restoration, but we do know what this map shows. We went through it earlier.
Yes.
This map shows chalk streams identified by Natural England, and the legend shows us which ones those are. You have Natural England high certainty chalk stream, which is a dark purple. Natural England low certainty chalk stream, which is a mauve colour.
Yes.
And then detailed river network, which is the blue, which is what the Bapchild stream is, because Natural England haven't identified it as a chalk stream yet. It's CERT who are identifying it as a chalk stream, a probable chalk stream.
Yes.
So I don't quite see the point that you've made there.
What they're not doing is challenging the certainty level being assigned by Natural England here, which is low certainty.
No, that's not the point of the survey, though, is it? The survey is to accept that Natural England have accepted low certainty chalk streams, but to survey the neighbouring streams.
No, I understand that, but we don't know, given the nature of restoration required here, whether it would qualify or not. But we do seem to know that it needs restoring. If it does, potential benefit potentially from the application to be able to offer that as an improvement. This is all down to points of detail.
Where is your plan for restoration? Where is the assessment of what needs to be done to restore it for it to be a benefit?
This is a detailed matter, and at the moment this is an outline application trying to establish the principle of the development here. We know it's retained. We know that we are looking to manage and enhance the habitats on the site. This would be no different.
I'm going to move on from this document because I think the inspector has our point, and has your point. And if we could have a look at CD 4.70, which is the community representation prepared by CERDA. I think if you downloaded it, for some reason it comes up as 4.80, but seems to be listed as 4.7. Yes, madam. Yes. Yes. And if we scroll down to page 2, the bottom of page 2 details the individual that prepared this report. And Mr. Baxter, have you seen this report before?
I might have brushed over it, but I've not looked at it in detail, which I can recall.
Okay. So we have a community representation that's been brushed over. Now,
Well, glanced over, I should say.
if we can go, bear with me one moment, I managed to just move my reference. Sorry, madam, I'm just trying to find my. Oh, so this document. Madam, if we go to the executive summary, which is on page 3, and essentially this is one of the 5 parish council groups' planning objections prepared by their planning consultant at the time. And you'll see within it, and the bullet points under 1.2, that the principal areas concerned are summarised, which includes biodiversity, amongst other matters. And what I want to take you to in respect of this CERDA document is PDF page 46. And paragraph 10.21.
Yes.
And Mr. Baxter, if we have a look at that paragraph, this is CERDA identifying that there are 2 chalk streams that are potentially affected between the Beckett Spring and the Tong Mill Pond, which are priority habitats with kingfishers and waterborne protected species. The effects are likely to be significant, not just the presence of development and its construction, but also visitor impacts. Now, your surveys, did you identify kingfishers at all?
There are very few watercourses on here, so I'd have to check the data. I don't believe so. They would be obviously up and down transitorily.
And are kingfishers liable to be found where there are chalk streams or even probable chalk streams?
Yeah, they're found on many rivers, and they won't be nesting on site because there's no suitable nesting habitat, but they may well pass through. It's a small stream to be used by kingfisher, but if they're recorded, then no doubt they will. They use many watercourses.
And would the presence of kingfishers be something that should have been assessed? And potential mitigations put in place?
No, the stream has been recognised as a high quality watercourse, fully retained. It's set into the country park area, and therefore it is going to be unaffected by the proposal which is there, and therefore there's no impact to assess, in the sense of kingfishers will still be able to make use of the stream post development.
Would you mind me just so I don't have to do this in re-examination, just as it's just a question of fact and it's not just while we're doing it. There is in the ES a recorded kingfisher.
Oh, is there?
So I'll just give the reference to it and then I'll
Thank
shut
you.
up. It's core document 3.2.9 PDF page 37.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I'm coming to the end, and we can take our toes out of the chalk stream and dry them off, or the probable chalk stream. But I've put the case to you once, but I'll put it to you once again. We have here an identified probable chalk stream, which is a priority habitat that supports another priority habitat in the form of the wet woodland. There's evidence of kingfishers using the chalk stream, and there has been no assessment of the chalk stream as a chalk stream, except for the one that you've done within the last half hour. That's correct, isn't it?
The watercourse has been assessed as so the watercourse has been assessed as a good quality watercourse. It's retained. Suitable mitigation will be put in place. There's no need for a different assessment to be made now. It is going to be unaffected, is the key takeaway point.
Madam, I think that's probably a good place to stop.
Thank you. How are we? We're obviously not getting on as well as you thought. But are you still thinking you'd be? I don't know. You've done just over half an hour, haven't you? So
Yes.
halfway through or not really?
I would hope that we start at 9 tomorrow.
At 10. Okay. All right. And 10. So then it'll be me, wouldn't it? So I'm not going. Mine's mainly about the HRA, really.
Moment, I've got very little. I've got one question in re-examination so far.
Yeah. Well, so we should finish it tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, you said really the main. It's you on the
It's
HRA.
me.
Yeah, you take as long as you want, and then we can
Well,
stop.
don't say that.
Yeah,
No.
all right.
No, I won't be long. Won't be longer than even if I was an hour, we'd still be
Oh, we'll be
done.
We'll be done
But
before
I don't think I will
midday.
be.
Then I think we'll be done
Yes.
before midday.
It'll be good. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, we don't have to start at 9 then in that case, but I'm happy to either way.
9. Well, we said we would to people
Fine,
listening.
fine.
Let's do that, and then people can go a bit earlier if if we finish. Yes, is that all right, everybody? 9 o'clock. Are you going to be all right with that? I know. But it's yeah. Well, anyway, it's a bit of a rush, but I think it would be useful if we can, please. So, okay, thank you very much. So we will adjourn till 9 o'clock tomorrow.